And welcome back to day 2 of the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. Here we are. We've made it out of groups, and now we have 4 teams left that will be facing off today in the semifinals. Before I continue, just going to remind you all, potentially hit that exclamation mark Tiltify to donate to the tournament. All proceeds going to the Trevor Project. We've currently raised, I think, right around $600 out of our $800 goal, which is astonishing. So exciting. And I'm sure it'll be even more exciting to see if we can get higher. But for the time being, we're going to be here casting the first best of 3 between Bozo Brigade and Mac and Cheese. So this is going to be a really interesting match between the two of them. We have 3 maps potentially. It's a best of 3, as I said. And so we are going to have map 1 as Split with Bozo Brigade on defense. Map 2 is going to be Fracture with Mac and Cheese on defense. And then the last map will be Bind with Mac and Cheese on defense again. So this is going to be really exciting. This is the first time we're actually seeing, I think, Split and Fracture. Those are 2 new maps for this tournament. So what are you thinking about that, Toby?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be really exciting to see how Split plays out. It's something that we all know. It's something that we all maybe love. But I think the most exciting is going to be game 2, where we know we're going to hit that one. You know, the bind's in the back pocket. Maybe we get there, maybe we don't. Let's hope we do. But Fracture is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out for both teams. It's the wild card right now. Nobody you know, we've had time to warm up to it, but people still are struggling to play it. So let's just see how it rolls for both teams, how fluid everyone's feeling it.
Here we
So I know
go.
a lot of people are thinking about it, but we're gonna load into Split now
Yeah.
and see what the picks are.
Personally, I'm actually very excited. I'm hoping we get to bind because, like both of these teams won their bind game in groups. And so I'm really curious. Mac and Cheese was definitely looking a little more dominant on their bind game. But, they could both have a really strong showing on that map.
Absolutely can't hurt for them to go head to head here. We've got a couple of hovers, obviously the neon, which is banned this tournament, but everyone likes to have a little bit of fun here. Looks like we might be getting some Vipers out from Wavelength here on the side
Yeah.
of BB.
The classic Cypher pick as well on the attacker side. It looks like
Can't
both
hurt.
teams are going to be running an Omen. Oh, maybe not.
Considering it wouldn't be too bad to run 2 smokes here on Split. You're not, same thing as yesterday. If you're running your Viper Astra, you're not thinning out those stars. You're not thinning out that smoking potential. Gives you more time to rotate and not have to worry about recharging or that you've lost your wall already. So see what they decide to do here.
We have our first lock-in with Breach. That's a really interesting pick there. I think the only Breach we've seen so far in this tournament is from Cowboy from Goblin Gang. So this will be really interesting seeing another Breach player.
And on somebody as aggressive as what we saw yesterday from Circle, who was on the KO on Bind, I'm really interested in seeing how they use this Breach. Is it going to be a good old dash and flash for Steve-O? Or is it going to be something a little bit more self-centered here, something aggressive from Circle?
From Circle's play yesterday, it really felt like, Circle, I think the main thing was just winning gunfights. Like, that was the cornerstone of Circle's
Absolutely.
play. And I'm curious because, like KO and Breach, they have that flash in common, but it really didn't feel like Circle was, getting that much value out of the flash. Maybe they just didn't need it. But, yeah, I mean, I feel like the knife was really the thing that Circle was getting out of all the util that KO has, the thing that was getting the most value. So I'm curious to see if the flashes are going to be a really central part of Circle's play now.
Right, now their only information is going to be on Cypher and shoulder peaks, so they're going to have to be a little bit more passive with it if they are looking to kind of be aggressive here, in a way. So it looks like the setup is going to be the Killjoy and Viper over towards A, but we're leaning B and mid. And then running up mid now.
Here we go, breaking that wall in mid, and it's looking like they just have a full mid commit. They've got that Cypher trip on the back, but it's looking as though there might be a little bit of hesitation in mid. Looking like they're now going to lean towards A a little bit, which is good for them because they only have that Killjoy, who's now peeking out ramps, maybe seeing nobody and saying, all right, yeah, we can, we're good to keep A a little bit vacant and lean towards B because they had that mid push. But now, oh, there was that little rope sound.
That rope's and it.
Oh, it
They
looks.
didn't pick up on it.
It's hard to.
Now they know.
Yep, there we go. And there's that first noise. We're gonna have this first fight up in heaven. Get the Viper down. There's all of the vision blocking from the defensive side there.
Another rotate straight through ropes over to B. They're just confusing the other team here.
Yeah, and we have Kenny remaining behind. Here we go. Okay, they've made it all the way onto B site, and it looks like they're going to have a strong hold here. They're going to have a fight here. And, ooh, a great aggressive push from Steve-O, getting a pick on Curse. And now they have a solid hold in sight. Oh, the spike goes down, though, from Dylan. They didn't have Heaven covered. Dylan gets 2, and finally taken down by Kenny from mid. That lurk from Kenny came in big there. Getting Steve-O out of play. Oh, is really going to be what they need to end this round, but looks like we get the pick on Heaven from mostly Ghostly. Yep, it's a 2v1. It's a retake. This is kind of a tough situation. If they play this right, that Breach going to be able to flash for the Jet. It's kind of unbeatable, especially for a Sage. But we'll see if they can play that out. Here comes the peek out from the Jet right above. Oh, and that's a 4K from Steve-O in round 1.
Definitely a valiant attempt there. Now, obviously, we have to talk about that round on pistols. We got 2 full map rotates right at the beginning. We start on the B side towards garage, but we start moving up towards mid. get a lot of attention there. People start rotating a little bit closer, back and forth, over to B, over to A, over to B, over to A. Nobody makes any sounds. They're able to slow walk up sewers, get right up into A ramp, and then take content. But once they get to A ramp, they take ropes right back to B, and there's no one there to defend it.
Ball down in mid. They might take this fight. Oh, looks like Sage might be backing off here. But Stevo wants blood. Oh, and he might go down. He goes down to not checking his corners. It looks like these defensive players are really trying their best to keep kind of a defense, like, you know, tight corners and get those trade picks. But it's not working out so well for them. We're in a 2v4 once again on the B site. Max looking very good on this attack so far. This is going to be their second round. Not a surprising victory, but definitely one that they needed.
An interesting gap in this.
Flash coming out from heaven, and we have now the last Jocelyn with a classic and a dream and a defensive character. This is not looking good. Is he thinking maybe about trying to save a gun, get a Spectre or something? We're not sure. Oh, he gets that stun. Things are not looking good for him. It's hard to say if he's going to try and play for exits. Maybe, I mean, I'm assuming he'll have to die. He'll want to die to the bomb just to get that extra money. Here we go.
Going for here.
Oh, he gets that first pick on Star. That's huge, actually, for the econ. And now it's looking... Uh-oh. And he gets two! Now, you know, of course, they won the round. Mac won the round, but that's huge for Jocelyn.
Absolutely. We get to take that Spectre into the next round. We've already got the creds from 2 kills as well. Econ might be, you know, a little down for Mac here, but not by too terribly much. That was a stark contrast. The last one, they were like, hey, we played that slow first round. Let's speed it up second round. Push into B heaven. I really liked mostly Ghostly's position there. She didn't take a very aggressive stance. She waited and waited and waited and took that classic kill onto Stevo, which is really what they needed to start this out.
A classic, just fast A push. Really a break from their first round of the first 2 rounds of mid aggression. But here they go. They're already on the site. Looks like BB is just going to be playing for a full retake here. It's going to be a 5v5 retake. This will be very exciting to see. Here we go. The spike going down. It looks like Jocelyn's trying to take these fights. And gets bailed out by Dylan. There we go. We've got 3 picks coming in from the defenders. Things are looking very good for this retake now. They just need to take out this Sage and this Viper, both of whom are... Now, Sage is the last one standing in elbow. This is Nikki, captain of the team, goes down. That's a 3K from Curse on the round. Really good to see Curse kind of activating now.
Absolutely. Almost a textbook retake there.
Yeah.
Stop that shit here, mate.
Couldn't even hope for anything better. They got in quick on A, but Boza Brigade came right back, taking the site just as fast. There wasn't much time to react on attack or on defense that round. Everything just happened so fast. It was one dropping, then another, and there wasn't actually much fight from the attackers in post plant. Before they could even set up, they were being picked apart.
Yeah.
Looks like we're leaning towards the B side again. We want to split it up a little bit. I think we're going to go towards a default here. We're even seeing the Breach start walking over towards A through CT.
We've got the Jet with a Sheriff, 1 off of the ult. If Jet can get a single pick here, knives out, it's suddenly looking really rough for the defenders.
For it.
Yeah, absolutely. Knows that mostly Ghostly plays her. Ooh, and just nearly misses the head. Still just going to play it nice and patient, looking like. And he's going to get taken out by Ghostly.
Pick.
Yes, absolutely. Beautiful headshot through the wall. And now it's looking like the attackers are kind of not lost, but just kind of trying to figure out what to do. We have Nikki kind of slowly pushing up into the B site by herself. This may be a difficult... Oh, she manages to pull back out. She's definitely maybe trying to make a little bit of noise for her teammates to try and get them some more advanced positions up in mid and an A. Here we go, the push up into ropes from Kenny. Placing his trip down in ropes to make sure they don't get pushed. Now we have 3.
Slow contact.
Yeah, we have 3 now from the defenders, Boza Brigade and B Heaven. And it looks like the attackers have the read. They're heading straight over into A. They can, maybe they're aware, maybe they're not. That A is pretty much free and everyone else is coming through CT right now. Here we go, Circle gonna have an interesting fight here. Gets caged in. Unclear if the defenders know if he's in here or not, but... Here we go, first attacking screens. Oh, and we got the 2 picks from Boza Brigade. The trip catches Wavelength out. Now it looks like it's just Kenny with a classic and a dream. In 8 seconds. There we go.
Definitely a little bit of crafty round there. They tried to do a little bit of a default. We left the breach over towards A at the beginning of the round. Didn't really do much there. Steve-O go down in the middle. You know, Steve-O is one of their nicest shots on the team, but we're really seeing Boza Brigade turn on here. Mostly Ghostly's taking these picks. Really, really throwing, I think, Mac for a little bit of a loop here. They're understanding that, hey, mid's not going to be as accessible or as easy as we might think. But we're up to full buys here, 2-2, leaning towards a B and mid push.
Here we go, looking like a little bit of a split push. That's the name of the map, you know what I mean? And then it's seeming like already we're getting the rotates coming out from Boza Brigade. That's interesting because we know how we've seen Mac do those really quick rotates through to the other sides of the map, but it looks like with their lack of mid control, that might be an issue for them, especially with Steve-O standing guard in mid. Looking like he's going to pull back, though, and come help his team push onto B, potentially, or maybe rotate somewhere else.
Cage trigger.
They've waited a bit here, and now they're going to start pushing onto the site, finally. Having that first fight from Ali. Getting flashes out, not checking back of sight. Oh, and Curse gets that first kill. Steve-O managed to take out Curse, though. Here we go, the spike is down.
Still don't know about the back site.
Yep, we have now a 4v1. It's just Steve-O alone, and that's going to be it. A great round from Boza Brigade.
I think Boza Brigade really went to shop yesterday and said, hey, how are we going to beat this team? They're on an absolute heater. What do we do? And they're really trying to play passive. They're creating this sort of web for Mac to walk into here. You know, we had Wavelength was sitting back sight on B behind the board, and nobody bothered to check that corner. So even though Wavelength didn't take any kills into this round, they were there to put damage out while the rest of the team picked them up.
And here we go.
A push here.
Yep, but we do have that Steve-O lurking at mid. Maybe gonna take this fight with the Sage. That's gonna be Lex, mostly Ghostly down. And now we have the fight starting over on A. Looks like Boza Brigade is mostly going to start rotating over now, although they're probably worried about that Jet in mid. Here we go. Curse getting that pick on sight, anchoring it down as the Sky, but Curse is going to go down. Now we have the two of the remaining members of MAC just kind of hanging out on A, not really sure what to do. And Wavelength spots them up from screens, but doesn't quite manage to get the kill. Now both of those people are low. Looking like the Killjoy ultimate is going to come down from Jocelyn, looking to push these attackers out of the site. They're going to get pushed back out towards... Oh, here we go. Now they're kind of regrouping, wondering where do we go next. We wait out the Killjoy ult. Do we go through sewers? Looking like the defenders, Boza Brigade, are now rotating through spawn. Oh, and that kill comes out. They immediately start coming back. Now those last two remaining members are going to have to retake against potentially 4 members of Mac and Cheese. This is not looking good for Boza Brigade.
30 seconds left.
Especially with Jocelyn low.
Spike planted.
Now the spike goes down, and we have
standing.
Jocelyn goes down, and Dylan, the last member standing.
Not a bad
Trying to take these fights one by one. Taking them down. Dylan gets 2. Gets that overheal as Reyna. That's really huge. Ults, and now it's time for them to take these fights. Ooh, but Steve-O's right up close with the great crosshair placement.
Really, if anybody on this team should be taking those 1v4s, Dylan's definitely a good option for it. On that Reyna, a really good shot today, doing really good at isolating these 1v1s as well, as we just saw on that attempt, but just wasn't expecting Steve-O to be so up close in elbow, ready for that wide swing.
Yeah, there's definitely that moment you have when the comms go quiet where it was a 4v1 and now it's a 2v1.
Yeah. It's like, all right, it's happening. It's happening. It's like we're going to get a fast push up B mid.
Yeah, they immediately break down that Sage wall. It's useless now. They're going to be taking a fight with potentially 2 in heaven. The slow comes out, but 2 managed to make past it. 2 holding stairs, and we get a trade from Lex. Owen is looking like all of the... Jocelyn's going to be rotating off of the A site, saying, hey, look, this is a strong B heaven push. We need everything we can get here. But now Jocelyn's kind of falling back, maybe pushing towards ropes a little bit, thinking, okay, they've done this before. Maybe they're going to rotate straight through ropes, and it's looking like that's just what's going to happen. It's looking like Jocelyn might be able to get 1 or even 2 here. Gets 1. That's the spike down. That's huge. And now the last one. Kenny is just in A heaven, trying to figure out what do I do now. I've got the spike, but I'm surrounded on all sides. Gonna push back out towards A long. Looking like he might want to save this gun here. He might be taking... Oh, he's pushing into A. It's looking like he might be trying to get the plant money. He's gonna take this fight with Jocelyn, but doesn't quite make it.
Yeah, good job on Jocelyn there. Not to go all the way through CT, but say, hey, wait. They've done this far too many times in only 7 rounds. I'm going to wait here in A heaven and make sure that they don't come right back. And that's exactly what they did. Stacking up for a B main push here. I really liked the aggression that we were seeing towards B heaven. Something stopped them. They just decided maybe they're playing a little bit more in the mind game category instead of just going full force. I think they need to try that a couple of times. But
now the thing to watch,
we're going a little slow.
Yeah, the thing to watch here is the set of ults the attackers have. They have that breach ult for breaking into sight, they have that Viper ult for keeping it, and the Cypher ult for figuring out where the defensive rotates are. So that's really something to watch if they're really wanting to bring this round back. And this is an economically important round. Now we have kind of a lurk from Steve-O on A, while the rest of the team just kind of hangs out in B.
Could be big. Nope. We've got that turret there.
A little bit of intel now. Looking like BB is not too shaken. We have one rotate coming through, and maybe a second. It's looking like this fake might work exactly as they want. If they can get another player off of that B site, it's going to be an easy take for them. Now, both of Boza Brigades... Oh, they're going to be holding one kind of in hell, one from heaven.
And Viper, they're reluctant to pull off the B.
So
Somebody made the call. Somebody said, wait, don't pull off yet.
Yeah, exactly. We've only seen the jet.
Stacked up.
Exactly. We've only seen the jet. It's probably a fake. There's been no noise in B alley, and that's kind of suspicious, but it's looking like they're making ready to push straight into the B site now. And Sage is still trying to get back on the rotate, so this is looking like it might be a good take. And they once again don't check back sight, and that's going to cost them. Wavelength gets a pick, but Starchild trades it out. Sky ult comes out.
Spike down B.
Yeah. And now we have almost 10 seconds left. With the spike not yet down, the cage out, and now the spike is finally going down. Now we have a 3v3 retake on B site. All 3 of the defenders coming in kind of from the heaven angle, and looking like the Viper ult is finally going to come out. Dylan gets a pick on Kenny, and now Steve-O from his lurking position gets 2 with the Sheriff. That's huge! And it's finally a 1v1. We have Star in her ult, just waiting for Jocelyn to push in. Jocelyn looking kind of unsure, maybe, how do I attack this? You know, this is a really scary thing, especially with that Vandal and those Tracers. It's not really a good play to potentially spray here, but he doesn't know. He's got his crosshair right on her, and she pulls right out of the ult. An incredible play by Star.
Imagine if I died right
Jocelyn
now.
fakes,
So
and now it's
Not
looking
enough
like Star.
time to fake.
And now it's looking like there's just a spray. Star gets the 3K on the round. That's a huge ult from Star, secures them the round. And, I mean, I'd be remiss to not mention that 2K from the lurking Steve-O with that Sheriff. So dangerous.
Incredibly impactful there. I mean, Steve-O even had the patience to not just, as soon as he hit heaven, he could have started shooting. But he said, no, let me take this slow rope down. They're not. He might have even dropped. They might have not even heard him. And he sat there in hell, waiting to see more than just one. He saw both, took the headshots from behind, left just Jocelyn alone there.
And now
Looks
here
like
we
we're
go.
stacked up towards A again. Might
Hard
be
A
aggressive here.
But they're getting right onto that A site. Now we see how Jocelyn's defense comes through. It's looking like these nanoswarms have them pushed off for now while the rotates come in. That's really good for Boza Brigade. But now the breach ult coming out to clear screens, and there's a trade from Jocelyn. Jocelyn gets 1 while anchoring that site, but now the spike is going down. It's looking like we're going to have a 4v4 retake with many of the defenders coming in, kind of 2 from the heaven angle, 2 from the screens angle, while almost all of Mac is on site, except Evo in that heaven position. Oh, but he doesn't get the pick! Drops down into hell, and now it's 3v3. Gets taken out by mostly Ghostly. And now it's looking rather dire for the members of Mac. Nikki gets spotted out behind screens, and now we have...
One enemy remaining.
Looking like it's just going to be... Oh, Star left in elbow. It's a 2v1. The Molotov coming out is just going to clear out whether she wants to peek or not. That was a really, really good util play.
That last Molotov there almost won the round for the attackers there. There
Yeah.
was just a sliver left. You know, that wasn't a bad push. It was a little bit sloppy from both teams. It was messy. You only had a 2v2, a 2v1 right at the end. Everyone was kind of trading back and forth. It was
think one of the
Steve-O getting caught out in heaven or in hell, not being able to get that one pick on Curse up in heaven. It really starts to burn later on in that round when Curse is taking these kills right at the end.
I think that's one of the pivotal moments of the round there. If Steve-O gets that pick, it's looking like a very different round. Now it's looking like we have a kind of B leaning, potentially mid or B long push. It's looking actually they've just set up the Cypher trips. They're just looking to not get flanked, and now it's looking like they're going to commit to a full B push. No fake. They're just waiting out the timer, and it's looking like Boza Brigade's defense is holding strong. We do have a pretty good 3-stack kind of on the B side, so this might be kind of a rough push for Mac. Here they go, starting their push, and now we're getting the rotates immediately coming through. We got Steve-O with that first pick on the knives, so dangerous with those, and he's getting healed back up by the Sage. Now they're going to rotate in through mid, which now they have this Sage wall to bust down, and you have the intel coming in. Jocelyn heading straight back over to that A site, and while we have the Sky pulling back, Curse making sure to not take this fight, don't take a silly fight and, you know, lose for your team.
Take Steve-O out and be named though.
It's huge. Oh, and now it's looking like they've managed to make their way into this B site.
One enemy
Curse gets 2. That's huge. We have a 1v1 now.
B.
Spike is down.
30 seconds left.
And now Star, I think with only a Stinger,
Yeah.
is worried, taking on Curse, one of the top players on both
We've seen all too many Stinger kills already. Let's see how this plays out.
Looks like Curse is completely unsure of where to be looking, but with only 10 seconds left. Ooh, and Curse gets the pick. That's 3K. Curse really, really saved the defenders that round. There was some real, like, unsureness. You know, I think with a kind of a weak start of that B push, but they were smart enough to pull right back out. But then it kind of fell apart a little bit once they got the bomb down.
You had 1 or 2 start rotating right back over towards A. In that when they had that mid push, Jocelyn was like, "Hey, I'm still burned from very early in this game. I don't know if they're gonna commit to this B push here." So Jocelyn took 1 more with him over towards A. Got caught off by that Stinger play. Left it at just a 1v1. Let's see if they're going to do it again. We got another slow push up B with all 5.
Okay, ready with the wall, but gets taken out with Steve-O right over the wall. Looking like Steve-O gets a gun. That's really big. Steve-O with a Vandal. Very dangerous.
Some ropes, though.
Spike down.
Curse gets traded out. Looking like this is looking very good for Mac. You know, they're getting traded out, but really the important thing is, first of all, it's a 4v3, but also they've picked up 2 guns on this basically pistol round for them. So that's looking really good for them. And now the BB defense is kind of a little scattered. It looks like they're playing some more defensive positions. You know, Jocelyn way back in the back of heaven. And, you know, looking like Wavelength is also holding a pretty defensive position as well. Oh, here we go. The first push onto the A site. And now Jocelyn's util is coming through. Jocelyn's ready to pop that ult, though. It's going to push them all the way back into the corner of A site. Here we go. Bomb about to go down. Maybe not. Oh, but Jocelyn doesn't spot out Kenny waiting on ramps for the Sheriff. Here we go. Spike planted by Circle, and now the Killjoy ult is going to catch out 1. That's going to... Kenny with the Sheriff looked like he was going to make for that gun that went down, but Dylan catches him out from ropes. And here we go. Dylan pushing out of heaven with the Reyna. This is going to be really scary now, because Dylan is a great shot, especially on that Reyna ulted. This is terrifying for them. Wavelength almost gets that pick on long, but Dylan now knows there's someone there and gets the 3K. And now, here we go. That's 4 for Dylan on the round. That's huge.
Spectacular round for Dylan there. I mean, honestly, Wavelength there to support from screens, pulls a lot of attention, gets a couple of chip damage shots out. That's all Dylan needs to go in and clean up the rest of the team. 2v3, 2v4, never made it look so easy for Boza Brigade there. Yeah. Looking at a 7-4 scoreline, this is looking maybe a little dicey for Mac. This is the most run for their money that we've seen so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing to watch out for as well, though, is they do have, you know, that Cypher and that Sage and that Viper. 3 very defensive players. So maybe they'll have a little more luck on the defensive side. But here we go, Wavelength holding a super aggressive position. with that smoked. Oh, here we go, though. It looks like Steve-O is once again on that lurk on the A side, maybe going to make a little bit of that noise, that same play, that see if they can, rattle Bozo Brigade a little bit, pull out those rotates. Looks like he knows that util's going to be there, but he doesn't seem like he's going to check Jocelyn right above him, and he gets taken down. Jocelyn says, hey, look, that's the Steve-O lurk. They're probably over at B, potentially.
This is a set piece for Mac right now. I mean, we're talking 4 towards B here. Steve-O's going, hey, I'm going to go clear out A. I'm going to pull rotates.
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure that we have sight. Maybe they'll leave it one time. Not this time. Jocelyn there with a more aggressive angle to take Steve-O right out of the game.
We had a good read from Bozo Brigade, but Bozo Brigade, but it's now looking as though they don't have enough players over on the A site for now, where there are 3 of the remaining Mac players ready to push in. Looking like now the intel's coming through, and they're going to start pushing in to A site. They get the revive on Steve-O. That's really big. We're flashing into heaven, and now the Killjoy util is kind of stalling their plant a little bit. But it looks like we're going to have a full 5v5 with the res finally coming out. Ooh, Steve-O gets the pick on Jocelyn, a little bit of revenge. Kenny gets one and ramps, but gets traded out by Wavelength. Here we go. Now there's a little bit of the gap in the Viper wall here. Wavelength might be able to get a pick on someone pushing in from long. But it's looking like Steve-O's interested in pushing up ramp to kind of pressure heaven. Dylan gets a pick from screens and is now going to start pushing in. Worried about someone held, and the breach ult coming out to delay this defender push back onto site. This is huge from circle. And now the defenders are all kind of pushing in.
Here.
Yeah. Defenders all kind of pushing in from that screens angle. One taken down by Steve-O. 2 taken down. Looking really good for Mac here. Jocelyn gets 1 pick, though. 2 left on site. Looking like, they lined up, but it didn't quite work out for Jocelyn. Both of those players really low. Could have been really good for Jocelyn, but sadly didn't come through.
Sides.
That was looking really, really close at the end of that half there. I mean, you have so much utility to come out from the attackers right at the end there to just slow down that push. We saw that ult come out from Kenny, Circle, to really slow down that push from screens, and it got all 3 of the defenders there, but closed it out, took another round for themselves. We're looking at 7-5 going into this next half. We're switching it up. Let's see what Bozo Brigade can do on attack. Hopefully they're able to take some decisive rounds, maybe close out a map for themselves here. Looks like we're leaning 4 towards B, 1 towards mid.
Looking like a pretty slow push, seeing to make if they can make this first contact, but they're gonna trigger the Cypher and the Viper util. Now they're saying we've got 2 of their best defenders hanging out on this site. Should we maybe leave? And it's looking like they're gonna start leaning that way. Yep, here we go. The full rotate, looking like they're going to go all the way through spawn, and it's looking as though Bozo Brigade is kind of just a little bit... Oh, here we go. Here we go, a little bit of fight towards mid, and that's going to be Circle taking down Wavelength. Now Max Defense is saying, okay, we got to get back over towards A. They're definitely rotating. The flash coming out, and Curse gets that pick on Midnight over on ramps. Now looking like they're going to push all the way onto site. Mac is getting the full rotates over, but they don't realize Dylan is pushing through from ropes. It's a huge flank from mid. Dylan might be able to break it open and kind of flip. Oh, turn the tables on this round a little bit. Gets 1, but doesn't quite get Kenny, who's now pushing onto site to just collapse onto that bomb. And now Dylan is left alone with a ghost away from the bomb. Doesn't quite get the pick.
Yeah,
it's a good round from Bozo Brigade. I'm sorry, from Mac. But
these pistol rounds, a lot of teams are trying to play around with the idea of planting in a little bit of a different spot. There's a chance that maybe Dylan was left with a better plant, something a little bit more conducive to watching it from heaven. Maybe in that case, they can just slow it down, take, 1 little isolated pick here and there while they try to defuse the bomb. That 1v3 starts looking a little bit better, but unfortunately could not close that out. It's going 7-6. We're looking at a 5B push here.
Here we go, a flash coming in. This is looking like it's going to be a fast B push, but the Viper and the Cypher util coming out. All of the players are vulnerable, and Jocelyn goes down. Now the Bozo Brigade is definitely feeling a little bit burned by that. They're going to start pushing in towards mid. But we do have Steve-O watching closely as well, with We also have Star and Midnight ready to hold this mid. It looks like they're walking into a bit of a trap. They're going to cross over to sewers, though. And now with that intel coming in, it's looking like the Mac defense is going to head right on over towards A. Steve will get to pick on Wavelength, though. Push super aggressive up mid, but knows to back right off. These Bozer Brigade players are... Yeah. Bozer Brigade scared of that Steve-O pushed up, but it looks like now they have 4 on A and the Cypher and Spawn. This is prime time for Bozer Brigade to push right into B and take it for free. But they look like they're going to take it kind of slow. They hear the rope. Oh, and it looks like Dylan gets spotted out potentially. Yep, and now immediately the rotates are coming through from Mac. This is going to be a 5v3. This is more even than it looks, you know. A little bit of a... If they get some good defensive play, they have, you know, sewer blocked off, but it looks like it's going to get knocked down by Ares. And now they just have their classics. Star pushing forward with the shorty, gets that shorty pick. Oh, it takes out Dylan and Ghostly. Curse is left alone and doesn't manage to take one down. It's a great round from
creeping up, trying to get that shorty kill again. Right out. Got the confirmation that somebody crossed over to main there and said, "Hey, I want this shorty kill." Ended up taking 2. Took 1 shorty kill, swapped right over to the Spectre, got another one, nice and clean. You know, BB had a really good idea there when they made a lot of noise, going nice and deep into sewers, and then slow walking right back out. There was that just last little bit of confirmation that maybe, hey, maybe we should start moving a little bit faster here right at the end. So we get onto site, we get everything engaged a little bit faster. They got spotted out by Circle, and then with only pistols, that 3v5 started looking a little bit dicey.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have, it looks like a mid push potentially coming out, and there's no one watching mid. We have 2 of Mac's players pushing aggressively out of A, which is risky, but works for them because it kind of gives confirmation that the team is over by B or mid. Kenny gets that Ares spray through the wall, trip kill. Classic Cypher play, especially on split, but Dylan gets a pick in mid. And now they've opened up mid a little bit, but they're not aware that they have Steve-O pushing up right behind them in mid. And Wavelength actually manages to take Steve-O out. That's huge. But Star gets another shorty kill, gets 2 with the Spectre, and
1 enemy remaining.
You know, Star goes down, but that's really costly for not checking that hell position. But now both of the remaining Mac players are over on B, while Ghostly heads straight on over to A, and it looks like Mac is completely unaware. Here we go. Ghostly's going to get the plant down. At the very least, get that plant money, but she does also have a Vandal. This is definitely a threat. And with the spike going down, it looks like Mac are suddenly confused, aware that, oh, she headed right back on over to A. They're going to start rotating through spawn. Perfect time to wall this off and hold this nice and close. They're burning plenty of time by the fact that they're heading all the way over from the other site. And now Ghostly's going to hold this super close position. The breach wall doesn't, the breach blast doesn't quite do it. They're going to start pushing onto the site and wondering, is she holding from heaven? Is she holding from ramp? They haven't cleared that. But it looks like Ghostly gets 1 and almost gets the 2nd, but Circle trades out Kenny and gets the defuse.
Not quite enough. That was a bit of a crafty round from Bozer Brigade there. I really liked that on attack. They left Wavelength back in that shop to take care of any flanks, regardless of if they've seen it yet or not. And that was the one round where it really mattered because Steve-O was up right behind the team. And we know Steve-O. Steve-O likes to keep that trigger discipline. Sees 1 or 2 and says, no, I want more. So tries to kind of creep up a little bit, Wavelength right there to just stop out that push. Looks like we're going to take a little bit of a tech pause. I'm not sure who it was or what it's for yet, but...
Looking like Mac needs a bit of a tech pause here.
Mac. I'm sure we'll get that sorted out, though. Yeah, I mean, that last round was really crafty on both sides. Then from, you know, the defense starting to come through. We saw it right off the bat. Curse said, hey, I'm going to make a lot of noise B. And they hadn't, up until this point, they hadn't reached the B main door without immediately getting smoked off and Molotoved. This time, it was just Curse. It was just Kenny there. And... they had finally reached that trip at the door. They didn't know that it was there up until this point. That trip in the door plus the smoke, Kenny was able to take that quick pick off of Curse. And from there, you started seeing the gears working from every other person on both teams. There's a lot of back and forth on that round.
And now really the thing to watch as well, I think, for especially Mac, who, as we mentioned before, are kind of the team to beat here. We have Steve-O 17 and 12. This is really kind of indicative of Mac's play, because a lot of times we've seen Mac lose a round or nearly lose a round where Stevo was in a position to get 1 or 2 or 3 really pivotal kills, but either did or didn't get that. And so Stevo's, paying off in this, but you have to wonder if that consistency cracks a little bit. Is Mac going to be left out in the cold? You have Star and Circle with incredible consistency. I feel like every time we check in with Star, she's getting that shorty kill. And then pulling out the Spectre to get a 1 or 2 more after that. And so it's looking like we're going to continue on now.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to point out here before we get things rolling, Stevo's on an op for the first time here.
Oh, that's huge. That is huge. Looking like Stevo's going to peek mid with it as well. But now we're getting a full classic A push. Here we go. Dylan's on site with an Ares, and it's looking like Mac is interested in pulling back, getting a pick or two, but then playing the retake, which is very smart from them. But they don't know that Dylan can be pushed all the way to the angle. Dylan gets offed by Stevo, though, getting a little bit greedy with that Ares. And here we go. Stevo, now everyone knows there's an off screens. We are not going there. Looking like Curse is maybe going to be on a bit of a lurk here, but the rest of the team is kind of interested in going back towards mid. And here we go with Wavelength with a Spectre. Oh, Starchild has the shorty out. Unclear if Wavelength is going to be able to see the gun to the right. Oh, no! But gets the kill. Sprays through the wall and gets Starchild. That shorty play didn't quite work this time.
You can see the indecision saying, hey, maybe should I hold out my gun here? Should I try it for the shorty kill? And unfortunately was able to be taken out by Wavelength there.
And now we have a 2v3 retake, a classic setup. Oh, but Ghostly gets taken by Kenny's tripwire from the early round. Here we go. Now Kenny pushing on the side with the Ares, manages to take out Wavelength. Now Ghostly is left alone in B long, but with that Ares spray, it's going to be pretty tough to break onto this site. They can pretty much just stall until the defuse comes through, and Ghostly knows it's over. I'm out.
Take what you can. That Ares, run away.
Yep, exactly.
It was a pretty decisive round from back there. We had a pick on Jawson really early over on A. I know Jawson's doing a lot of the calling on this team, and I think they couldn't just figure it out quite. They left Curse on A as well after Dylan. The Dylan lurk I really liked all the way up on site already. Mac had no idea, and had Stevo not been there, that might have paid off a little bit more. But they kept trying to leave people towards A. Looks like we're going to go for a full B push here, though. Nice and
They're going to be walking right into the Viper and Cypher util. This is going to be rough for Boza Brigade if they really commit to it, unless they can find some way to take out one or both of those players before they commit to that push.
Star's getting hungry for these shorty kills. Super aggressive position here.
It's
Nobody
true.
covering the heaven of B besides just the op in mid.
We're going
A. We're just gonna get the shorty kill. There's the util.
They hear the shorty. They hear the shorty coming out now. They're gonna be really scared to push into that site. And the Viper Molly coming out, they're definitely going to be scared. But Kenny's gonna start spraying the Ares and manages to get Dylan, who had a Vandal. That is huge. The wall going down looks like they're gonna res. Yep. Ghostly gets Dylan right back up and says, let's get out of here. They've burned quite a bit of util from Mac's side. And now it's looking like the op shot's going to come out mid, and they know that is where Stevo is positioned. Be careful. They blind, and looks like they're going to try and cross over to go sewers to head over to A, but the rotates are coming straight through from Mac. They've got 3 in heaven, 1 screens. This is going to be a tough push for Boza Brigade. Here we go, the op coming out. They know it's on ramps. Is Stevo going to be able to get one? Will he be flashed off of this angle? Here we go. Kind of playing. Oh, he almost got that position on Curse, but didn't quite get it. Spike goes down in mid, though, and we have the defensive Viper ult on it, but it goes right down. Dylan takes out Star and takes the Spike right over to B. With 6 seconds left, gets the Spike down, and now the remaining members of Boza Brigade are going to scramble to try and get over to B to help Dylan defend that bomb. Meanwhile, we have Stevo.
Alive here.
Yeah, we have Stevo pushing in on the bomb. If Stevo can get this pick, ooh, but that's a huge lurk from Midnight. And now Stevo can get this pick on Dylan. He might be able to defuse the bomb before anyone else shows up. Stevo gets the pick. And now immediately going to start defusing. We have Ghostly trying to push through. Oh, Stevo gets it to half. Now Ghostly with an Ares is going to try and stall all the defuse, but doesn't quite get it. Stevo defuses.
Stevo's ult there, though.
Team Ace.
That's true.
Which
That
is
was
actually going to be
point.
big going into these upcoming rounds, because while Steve-O does have this op, for any other firepower, we're going to have to be looking at either a second buy with a Vandal or gun pickups here. So
Maybe a
really
Sheriff
good to
of
get
some
those
kind
knives
as
out
well.
of here.
We've seen Steve-O be dangerous with that Sheriff.
Absolutely.
Okay. Here we go. Looking like they might be leaning towards an A push here, and A is pretty vacant. They haven't done a lot of A pushes so far, so it's looking as though, you know, Mac is expecting the mid push, but it's not going to come through. If they can do this fast and get past Steve-O's off, they've got sight. But Steve-O gets that first pick onto Dylan, a beautiful flick. But the Sky Ult tells them, hey, there's probably only one, and so they still manage to get into that site at the risk of their one of their star players. And now Steve-O with the off, holding elbow, just to make sure there aren't any aggressive pushes up. That Viper ult comes out, might be able to secure the round for Boza Brigade here. And now we have the Killjoy utility from Jocelyn going down on the bomb. We have all 5 of the defenders coming in from pretty much all sides. We're going to have an interesting fight here in A long, with Ghostly taking on 2 of flanking defenders, but goes down to Midnight. Now we have 2 defenders coming in from long, while the rest are coming in from heaven and screens. They are surrounded on all sides. There's no pulling out here. Jocelyn gets 1 in the Viper ult. They all need to push in now. This is the last bit. Attackers get 2. Now it's a 3v3, and they need to push through that Viper ult. They're just spraying, hoping to get a pick. But Curse gets yet another. The bomb's going to explode now. Curse gets 3. And that's going to be it. Everyone's pulling out.
Fortunately, 2 go down, but around for Boza Brigade, that's definitely looking good for them, especially since Mac has been kind of bringing it back lately. I mean, we're back up to an 8-10 scoreline for Boza Brigade. It's not something that they were necessarily expecting going into this half, but they're trying to warm up to this attacking side. I really like that use that Wavelength had of that ult. They got past Steve-O. You know, Dylan went down to Steve-O with the op, but as soon as they got onto site, as soon as they secured that plant, they said, hey, we're going to Viper ult. You're going to come into our playing field here. You're going to play our game. No more long range, no more op. You got to push us this time.
Exactly. In any other round without that Viper ult, Mac's flank would have been huge, but it didn't matter. Kenny gets 3 with the Ares spray. That's huge. Showing yet again, do not push this B site. You will regret it. And now, they even baited out Killjoy ult. It looks like they're getting pushed from mid, and Steve-O gets 2.
Everything fell apart there for Boza Brigade.
Yeah, that was a very fast round.
Curse had a little bit of a misstep there on the dog. We had the Sky Dog come out. You're looking to break some util there, but we unfortunately jumped right over the tripwire that led to Dylan being trapped. And once Dylan was trapped and highlighted, Kenny just went to town, taking one after the other that were all stacked up behind Dylan for a fast push on B. So have that Trailblazer caught that wire, you might have seen a very different round there. But we're getting aggressive here on offense.
Ooh, and then Circle gets taken down by Jocelyn. This is that classic Mac defender aggression that worked for them last round, but it didn't work so well this time. Looks like we have Boza Brigade on a full save, but they do get that gun because of that push from Circle.
Throwing the spike across the little cubby here.
And now Steve-O holding a pretty aggressive position here. If they try pushing in, they're going to have to reckon with him. He's going to start pushing up. It's going to be a classic versus a Vandal, but can someone trade this out? Curse gets the pick on Steve-O. That's a beautiful trade. Now Curse is going to flash
Still an op in
sight.
heaven here, though.
Yep, this is going to be interesting. Oh, Star gets the pick on Curse, and now we have Kenny hanging on sight. Going to get that pick on Dylan. They're falling apart now. That Cypher ult is going to show where Ghostly is. Riding on ramps. It's just a classic. It's not looking good. Kenny takes her down.
BB knew what they had to do there. They said, hey, let's, save up. We have to go into this next round at an 8-12. We have to make sure that we've got full guns, full buys. Would have liked to see a little bit of a rotate off of that site. They did hear an early op on that B or on that A ramp from Midnight this time. And that's the thing about Mac here. You can have an op in 2 or 3 of these people's hands, and you can still be pretty scared. So let's see, we've got this B to mid push maybe, or mid to B push here.
We've got 2 watching mid with Midnight watching with the off, but whiffs the first shot. Let's see if she can get one before the Sky ult. They're going to start pressuring her. Looking like 2 from Heaven B are going to now be pushed trying to hold off this push into heaven while the rotates come through. They get a trade. Jocelyn gets 2. That's huge for the attackers. Now Ghostly is holding for this rotate through ropes. This is going to be really huge if she can get both of these. She doesn't get it. Circle gets the pick, and they're now only aware of 1 flanking through ropes. But it looks like the bomb might go down here. Yep, they're planting, and now Wavelength has this advanced position in ropes. And it looks like Circle's aware there might be someone waiting there. You know, they're familiar with that shorty play, so they know to be careful. Oh, but they don't check the corner! And so they get the trade from Midnight, but now Midnight is all alone in a 1v2 retake. And with Jocelyn's utility on the bomb, that's going to be scary. But the res comes out, Circle is up, but now there's that intel that, okay, they're going to be both heaven. The Breach Stun comes out. They're both going to play this column position to try and get the trade off, but it looks like a beautiful, beautiful retake from Mac.
And that's map 1 to Mac. That was almost in BB's favor there. We have these advanced sort of lines of defense forming around this bomb plant. Wavelength maybe had a little bit of trigger discipline there. That round would have turned out a little bit different. We'd have a little bit of a longer map, but that's all right. We have Fracture to go to next.
Yes, that was a really interesting map and very close. That was definitely the most resistance, I think, that Mac has met yet. And so it'll be interesting to see, you know, I think, was that their pick? Let me check.
Yeah, I really think...
yeah, that was Mac's map pick.
Absolutely. And Bozo Brigade's doing really well on defense. It's maybe just the offense that they're needing to brush up on. We're seeing a game of defenders right now, you know. On this defense side, it's really what's determining a lot of these maps, a lot of these games for both of these teams. We got to see who can really step up on attack. Fracture is going to be interesting, though, because the whole sort of meme and meta around it is that it's always attack. You W key anything, and you're going to be on attack. So it's going to be an interesting one to see how defenders or defender-sided teams are going to approach this, especially Bozo Brigade.
It's true. This is going to be definitely a fascinating map to see. I do happen to know that the team captain of Mac, Midnight, really likes Fracture. When Fracture was first coming out, I remember she was grinding it in PvE day after day after day, and so it's looking like this might be a good pick for Mac, even though it was Bozo Brigade's map pick. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Absolutely. I think a couple of teams in this tournament have kept Fracture sort of a pocket pick as something like, hey, we know some people don't like to play it. We know that some people do like to play it. Mac might be one of those teams that really likes to play it and just doesn't show it until we're at these later stages in a tournament like this. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it's handled. Maybe we see Circle on Breach again. There's a lot of Breach play on Fracture. This all is going to be very impactful. There's so many layers to this map that stuns and flashes and all of that. All the util that Breach can offer is really going to be super impactful. Maybe more impactful than what we were seeing on Split there. Might be a better pick going into this map.
True. Well, from there, we are going to cut to a 10-minute break. We'll be right back for that map 2 of Fracture, which will definitely be a map to watch. So we'll be right back. And welcome back. Here we are again, ready for map 2 of the first match in this semifinals between Boza Brigade and Mac and Cheese. This is going to be map 2 Fracture. As we said, this is the first time we're seeing Fracture in this tournament. This is going to be a really, really exciting match. Here we have the first map went to Mac and Cheese, and so now it's up to Boza Brigade to take back the map and not get knocked out of the tournament. Before we continue, just remember, make sure to hit that exclamation mark Tiltify and donate to the tournament. We are at just over $600 out of $800. All proceeds going to the Trevor Project. Really exciting. So yeah, how are you feeling about this second map, Toby?
Super excited for this one. I mean, we'd mentioned it before the break. This is kind of something that Midnight's been studying since its release, so I'm really interested to see if they have any special takes on it that we haven't already seen, or even that we're not used to seeing at something like this level. Boza Brigade, maybe not as comfortable on this map, so I'm really hoping that they're able to bring it back so we do see that map 3 from Bind, but it's definitely going to be maybe an uphill battle for them. I don't
Yeah.
know many of these players are super comfortable on it. I know Curse does tend to like this map as well, and maybe we'll see something from that on the Sky or even a Jet pick here. So we're loading in for picks, and we're gonna kind of see how this, plays out.
Dawson getting the classic Killjoy pick. I don't think he plays any other agents, and that works perfectly for them. They need that defender to lock down the sites, especially on Fracture. But looking like we have two duelist hovers, Lex and Dylan. Interesting on a map that classically may not even need a duelist. So, yep, we get the locks coming in here.
An
Looking like
Astra pick from Wavelength here instead of everything that we've seen on Wave so far has only been Viper play. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out on Fracture, especially in a map that has 4 entrances. Generally, there's so much to do with your stars, similar to what you'd see on Haven from an Astra, but generally due to its tight-knit nature, a lot of people like to go Viper on this map.
And now the really interesting thing is that we have kind of opposite approaches to this map, because on the attacker side from Boza Brigade, we have 2 locked duelists. We have Jet and Reyna. Like, as we said, not really always necessary on specifically Fracture. On the
Select
other
your
hand,
agent.
we have Mac going the exact opposite direction, looking like they're going to lock 3 Sentinels, and then the bare minimum of just Astra and Reyna to cover the rest. So this is going to be very interesting. They have sort of that passive intel coming, defensive intel coming from Cypher and Chamber, but that might be hard for them on the attacking side to get any sort of intel. They're not going to know where anyone is.
They've put Curse on Breach this time as well on the side of Boza Brigade, which is it's not a bad pick at all. I think Curse is definitely a good person to put on this Breach, but a Sky might do better with that Trailblazer to break some of these tripwires or activate some traps or something like that to help them break this util, because as of now, they've got nothing but their guns to get them through these Sentinels. So that's definitely going to be an interesting one to try and break. I think it's going to be a strong start for Mac here. See how Boza Brigade kind of finishes this puzzle, you know?
And it looks like they're going to be leaning towards the A site, but there are going to be 3 defenders there to lock it down, although only one of them is a Sentinel, while the other 2 Sentinels, Cypher and Sage, are locking down the B site. And so now, as we mentioned last time, this is going to be the Boza Brigade attack, which is kind of where they struggled a little bit in the last game. And now here we go with just a classic running into A push. They're going to get that breach util out to clear it, and they're going to start running onto site soon. Looking like the defenders are going to start pulling in their rotates through spawn, though.
Absolutely, and this is what we like to see, a fast push towards A. We break that wall as soon as it comes up. Star's left alone on site here, but takes out Curse, and the rest come filing in. Jocelyn takes out Star, no problem. Stevo picking off Ghostly, Dylan trading for Circle. Oh, the Astra pull off of the plant, but nobody there to trade it out. We do have a vulnerable on Jocelyn, but nothing for now. 2 in the bottom site, 1 still.
One enemy
Out
remaining.
in drop.
Huge
Dylan
pick
for
Dylan.
3. And Stevo alone here in this 1v3. Jocelyn with an almost running headshot with that ghost. Spectacular round for Boza Brigade. I was a little worried, but maybe the Sage Cypher side is a little bit weaker for now. But
Their
the 5v2
pistol-
on site, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, their pistol round
enough
looked
time to
great.
get to the
There was a
Astra
couple of picks that were just like beautiful headshots. I remember there was the one that picked off Midnight right near A long, and Jocelyn with that running ghost headshot right at the end. Maybe they're, their crosshair placement, maybe they're more comfortable on this map, and maybe that's why it's their map pick. So we'll see. We've got
Absolutely.
the Spectre buy coming out from Boza Brigade up against pretty much a full save from Mac.
4-5 stacking B. They're pushing right out of B main, but Boza Brigade's going A. There's nothing there to stop them. They don't know that yet, though. And they're going to be flanked very quickly by Mac and Cheese, who's starting to walk in main. Maybe they catch them off guard here. They know that they're pushing out on the site because of these Cypher cages that have been activated and set up at the beginning of the round. Mac only with pistols here. It's 5v5 retake all through main. It's like we're attacking now. Stevo in first, gets taken out by Ghostly. Curse takes Circle. 3 for Boza Brigade here.
One
Star
enemy
only
remaining.
takes Curse out. Dylan takes out Kenny. Sweeped
Wow.
up, no problem. That was definitely that's what I'm talking about with the defenders attacking.
Yeah.
W key right through B main.
But it didn't quite work out for them. And I think what really saved Boza Brigade in that round is how decisive their attack was. Because I can see some other teams definitely hesitating, saying, I don't see anyone. Where are they? Are they holding weird corners? And then kind of waiting a little bit too long in that A main. And if they wait too long, if they hesitate, Mac comes crashing right in behind them and destroys them. Because they didn't even seem to be aware that Mac was flanking them until the classic shots started coming out. And that was all they needed. They were in the position to just defend.
And they were all but seconds away from getting that flank off, but we saw the right amount of speed come out from BB there. Dylan already taking out. Looks like we're getting a fast push onto B site here. Midnight managing to take out Curse, who already took 1 out of Mac there. It's a 4v4, and they're already planting on this B site. Ghostly takes out
Spike
Midnight,
planted.
and they have sight now. We're looking at a 3v4 retake for Mac. It's going to be a little bit challenging. It looks like they're still on pistols. Circle's only got a ghost here, while a couple of others might have some guns. Stevo managing to take 1 in arcade, sees Ghostly behind this double box, but
Ooh,
gets
bad
taken
timing.
out while trying to flash. Ghostly with the perfect timing there, leaving just Circle
One enemy remaining.
and I believe Kenny here. Kenny in a 1v3 now,
Could have predicted this.
unable to finish it out with, I believe, a stinger there. Kenny is really enjoying these stinger plays here.
Yeah, and now the economy is not looking so great. I mean, things are looking good for Boza Brigade. They've got their Phantoms, they've got their Vandals, but on the other hand, if we look at the side of Mac and Cheese, they've got 3 Spectres, and maybe they're going to pick up some more. They have some leftover money, looking like maybe switching over to Ares as well. But that's not good up against 3 Vandals and 2 Phantoms.
It's looking like they're force buying here too, which is really going to leave them a little messed up going into next round if they don't take one here.
Pretty uneven buy. We had just a classic from Kenny.
Yeah, 5-man push-up satellite, nice and slow, nice and quiet. Nobody knows yet. We got Stevo jump peeking this corner at drop. They don't know, but the Cypher cam definitely spots them out. Steve-O managed to take out Jocelyn, but only left with 5 HP here. Circle able to take out another one with this classic. Curse comes out, clear out Circle. Steve-O's still alive with 5 HP. Gets a heal, though.
Stay down.
Ghostly takes out Steve-O. It's 3v3. Midnight takes out Curse. 2v3. 2 left to defend. 1 on site, 1 towards main. They can play nice and passive here. They can play across, but Ghostly's playing a little aggressive here.
One enemy
Able to
remaining.
take 1 from Midnight. Wavelength takes out Kenny, and now suddenly this 2v3 is a 2v1. Star left alone with the Spectre, and only a slow orb. Knows where 1 is. Close left. Wavelength taking out Star. That was surprising. The 2v3 turns right into a 2v1, just like that.
Looks like Bowser Brigade is really comfortable on this attack side of Fracture, which is great for them. You know, that's like we said where they struggled before, and now they are having a great time just tearing apart the defense, you know, putting people in really uncomfortable positions that are trying to defend. Maybe, you know, Steve-O looked unsure if he wanted to back out. He was kind of taking those shots, but not really committing to peeking out of the smoke. And that's kind of what cost him in terms of not getting another kill there.
Absolutely. Going for a little bit more of a traditional 2-3 split towards the B site here. We haven't really seen a lot of B attack. We had that 1 round, which is a nice quick engagement, but we're seeing something a little bit slower, something a little bit more traditional. We've already got Jocelyn. Yep, Jocelyn going for this Killjoy alt underneath. Curse takes out Midnight. They have this entire site to themselves. They should be able to plant on no problem. You see Steve-O going for this arcade lurk very late into the round, and the rest are going to come right from the defender spawn.
I need us pulling them in.
2 going canteen and 1 generator. Let's see if they're able to clean this up. Kenny getting caught in this breach charge, taking just a little bit of damage. And again, these buys are not cohesive. We've got Steve-O on a Vandal and the rest of the team on some lower buys. Yeah, Jocelyn able to take out Steve-O, no problem. That arcade is all taken care of. Circle's going down as well. The last 2 are mid. They're thinking, hey, let's just save here. Our buys are off. We need to conserve some creds. We need to make sure that we have enough. And we're already seeing these attackers go on the hunt here.
Jocelyn looking like he's going to make contact with Star at Dish.
Over here in Satellite.
And Star
Child takes out Jocelyn and is able to upgrade that gun. That's perfect timing for for Mac there. Let's see how they handle it going into this next round.
Now economically, you know, Mac is trying to get their footing back, but that's kind of been one of their issues, is they've just been on such uneven buys. So now we're going to see if we can get a little bit more of an even buy. You know, the really interesting thing there, you had that Killjoy alarm bot on the flank because they know Steve-O likes to flank. Steve-O keeps doing it, and that time gets punished for it. Doesn't even get a kill off.
I'm surprised that we had a gravity well come out here in A main right outside the door of the attackers, but nobody there to play that aggressively. Maybe just to slow them down, but it's looking like a 4-push A. Only 2 defenders on it, but much more coming in through spawn. So suddenly this is a 5v5. Curse using the breach all onto the A site main, but nobody's there to take it. People takes out Jocelyn. They're all leaning towards this link area on the defender side. There's nobody on site.
Spike planted.
Curse takes out Circle. Ghostly takes out Star. Steve-O takes out Ghostly. Midnight for Curse. It's suddenly a 2v3 again. Dylan alone on site takes out Kenny. Takes out Midnight.
Last player standing.
Steve-O takes out Wavelength, and now a 1v1. 25 HP to full HP on Steve-O. Reyna versus Reyna. Lurking around the corner, Steve-O. Able to clean it up with a 4K. I mean, that was starting to look like it was swinging back in Bowser Brigade's favor there. But Mac finally secures 1. We're at a 1-5 now.
Something Boza Brigade has really been pretty good at is splitting the attention of the defenders. You know, it's not necessarily about trying to get your shots off and kill people from two angles. It's just, hey, there's someone over there. Be careful. You better not turn your back to them. And with that on your mind, you're not going to be able to take that fight for whoever's sitting at default. And that's why Dylan was able to get those 2 picks, because they were worried about the person standing over by rope.
Absolutely. A perfect crossfire there by Boza Brigade. Just unfortunate couldn't close it out. But we're looking at like maybe a 5-man push through A main here. This might be aggressive for Boza Brigade. Circle activating this door here in sand and throwing out a trip.
Cage triggered.
We're looking at a full rotate over to B site here. Boza Brigade said, hey, let's leave A for a little bit. Steve-O takes 2 out, not without being traded by Ghostly, which is at least something for that trade, you know? But we've got 3 coming to defend on B site with only 2 or 3 left to push. It's a 3v4. Jawson's starting to take it real slow with Jet underneath through this alleyway. Kenny catches out Jawson, but Ghostly there to trade again. We're at a 2v3, 1 by 1 by 1. These are textbook trades. And now we're split up.
Here.
We're looking at Boza Brigade leaning back towards A, hoping to take advantage of only this Cypher here to defend. Can they take Circle off of it, or is Ghostly going to get caught out at half HP? 42 health left, and we've got the Astra sitting in main. They're going to try setting up this cross again. Making sure that Wavelength and Ghostly are the last 2 in this cross. Hopefully they can at least trade out.
1 enemy
Catching
remaining.
Wavelength in astral form and cleaning up Ghostly. Circle doing a good job with that Spectre, holding down A site alone, able to take out these attackers, no problem. Trading up guns. Mac is looking good going into this next round. We're at 2-5. We're starting to take back these rounds here and there. Even if they have these rotates, Steve-O did good at the beginning of this round to take 2, no problem. These trades are coming through, but we have people anchoring their sights. Circle does a great job on that round. Just stay on A site and say, hey, don't worry about me. Go get these picks on B, and I'll take care of this site. We're looking at a B stack again this round, but Steve-O with this op holding B main. With an
It was dangerous
aggressive-
with Zob. Gets the first pick.
Starting to retreat after that, and Boza Brigade not pulling away from this site yet. Chris takes Midnight. Back to a 4v4. Steve-O takes out Dylan, though. And then Jawson.
Spike down B.
Ghostly able to take the bomb and run. But we've got Curse stuck up in B main, or in B
Last
tower
player
here.
standing. Spike down.
Circle with
attacker
the
spawn.
late lurk to pick up this Ghostly pick. Curse takes out Kenny, but is caught between 3 or 4 for that round, going back to Mac. Maybe BB's looking a little shaky here now. Back up to a 3-5 for Mac.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see Mac is, kind of pulling out, like, they had that one round where they just all ran out of B main, but I think those flanks are working for them. I mean, in that round, they had the 2 flanks coming from either side, from Circle and Star, and it worked out.
Absolutely.
And now we're going to have to see, it's looking like a lot of Mac's defense right now is resting on Steve-O kind of popping off. They just have to hope that Steve is in the right place at the right time.
We've got Midnight on the op here, but looking towards B main as one is to do on defense. However, we're slow 5-man push towards Arcade. It might finally pay off for them. They're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Midnight finally turning around, but close with this op. What are we going to see? A teleport away with a miss on this op. The breach alt coming through. Circle takes Dylan out.
Spike planted.
Midnight still left with this op. Getting shut down by the Astra Wall, though.
Enemy kill.
They're having to come out onto site. Ghostly takes out Circle. They really want this defuse. They're either going to have to wait for this wall to go down or start pushing it. Steve takes out Curse in tower. Puts a little bit of damage on Jocelyn, but only 46 HP left. Decides to pull back. Star takes one, Ghostly takes another, Kenny takes back. Jocelyn with one, and Midnight to close it out. Another round to Mac. That's 4 in a row. We're starting to come back.
Starting to get a little bit of that, now Mac has kind of found their feet. They're kind of seeing now here's how we can play this defense. It's really interesting to see them kind of adapting, and now they're really putting Bozer Brigade on the back foot here. We got to see how Bozer Brigade can kind of adapt. It seems like they're starting a lot of their rounds with these 5-man pushes that end up getting hard flanked, and there's all sorts of issues that are coming out in that way. So we will have to see. Sorry. Now it looks like we're going to have a bit of an A push. Looking like they're going to be 4 kind of hanging out towards that far main side, and then 1 pushing in from Dish. But there's 3 defenders waiting for them, and all 3 sentinels.
Midnight here, again with this op. Getting a little bit sensitive on the trigger. Not taking enough time to line these shots up. Getting pulled by this Astra gravity well, but nobody there to trade it out. Nobody there to shut down this op yet. Not teleport right back onto site. Something a little bit safer. The stun coming out from drop. Wow. Midnight is really in the thick of it here. I mean, stuns after pulls, missing the shot. Circle took one, but Dylan took Midnight out, no problem. Circle still stuck here at the top of site, able to take down one after the other. Dylan goes down, and finally Wavelength takes care of that up top. Ghostly takes out Star. Now it's looking a lot better for Bozo Brigade up on the A side. Kenny takes one, Steve takes another. Then suddenly that advantage disappears. They think they thought that default. We had that plant up top. Steve-O able to clean up that round, and that's 5 for Mac. I'm sure Bozo Brigade's a little shook right now.
Yeah, it looks like an even scoreline, but really, Mac is absolutely in the lead here in terms of economy, and now Bozer Brigade is, they have enough money to buy, but they are just simply not in a good economic position. If they decide to buy here, which is looking like they're kind of going back and forth, we have some Ares, some Spectres, looking like they might save, whereas on the Mac side, they have 6,600 creds, 4,300 creds, 3,000 creds going into next round, like not spent. That is a huge safety net. If Max slips up for a round, it's no big deal, other than to the mental. But it looks like they're having a pretty solid mental on this defense now. And here we go, the B push. Right into Midnight's clutches.
Absolutely. They said, hey, we have enough money. Run. Kenny's like, I'm just going to hold on to the Bulldog. No problem. We have Jocelyn underneath in this alley, dropping the Killjoy ult. Steve-O does take Wavelength, really deterring this push here. 1 detained. They took out Midnight, no problem. Midnight was stuck on that site. Nowhere to go, but Steve-O's still holding this angle with the op, getting pushed off by Curse.
Great breach util there.
We have B site, but Curse still has to cross with the bomb. And is able to do it through that smoke. Steve-O none the wiser.
Spike planted.
Kenny did take out one with that Bulldog, so now it's a 3v4. 4 to retake here. 2 pushing up main. Kenny able to catch the side, maybe? Kenny's on this flank here. Curse able to take out Circle. Star taking out Curse. They know that everyone's back up in heaven. Ghostly taking out Steve-O. Ghostly taking out Kenny. And Jocelyn here to clean up for Star. No problems there. Bozo Brigade finally taking one back after 5 losses in a row. That was a little bit of a save round for had a light bomb on almost everybody besides Ghostly, and that almost a hero rifle paid off with at least 2 kills and assists there.
That was an excellent round from Bozo Brigade. You really got to see that breach util coming into play because they had Steve-O, who is a crack shot with the op, just watching that B main entrance, but they managed to push him off with the stun and then the flash that gets him into the site with the bomb, and then they do a textbook hold from tower. It's that simple.
Absolutely. We're looking like we're going to go kind of bouncing back and forth here. We're starting to push out onto A. Kenny puts out this Astro Wall.
In sight.
Gets a little bit aggressive towards Sand, maybe thinking about opening this door and coming right through. Backs off of that. But we have the whole team rotating over to A for Mac, leaving only Steve on B alone. Midnight does take one for Dylan.
A.
Circle taking Ghostly.
Tripwire destroyed.
Curse loving this breach spot or this drop spot, but unfortunately Kenny
Last player
able to
standing.
take them out. Circle taking Wavelength, and now down to Jawson taking one. He says, hey, if it's just going to be me, I'll take a couple with me. The camera knows he's there. Midnight clearing out Jawson, no problem there. Back up to a 6-6 score,
Switching
and now we're seeing
sides.
this swap over to the other half.
We get that economy reset, and now the only question is, how is Bozo Brigade's mental? You know, that economy, we've wiped the slate clean. You know, there's no more holdovers in that way, but you definitely have to feel for Bozo Brigade that they had that 5-0 lead, but now we're at a 6-6 half. What happened? You know, so if they can hold strong, if they can do a solid defensive hold, not get too jittery, then maybe they'll be able to close this out and take us to map 3. But if Mac can really showcase that signature aggression, pushing out into places that aren't expected, then we might see some trouble for Bozo Brigade.
Absolutely, and we saw something like that last round on Split, or last map on Split rather, where Bozo Brigade started out strong, but then started taking a couple in a row here. Looks like we're leaning towards this B arcade push with 4. Circle able to take out Ghostly. Midnight taking out Dylan. The aggression is working. Kenny takes out Curse, and they now have the full sight now. A 2v5.
One enemy remaining.
1v5. Kenny takes out Wavelength, and Jawson alone here pushing arcade ever so slowly. A lot of damage done already to Mac here. Jawson might only need to land 1 or 2 shots per person. But now that they know, they're going to go hunting.
Dawson does not look happy to be put in this situation.
Taking a little bit of time to himself, composing, saying, hey, maybe I can take 1 or 2 on here.
Sage
And I found, oh, it's
There's
2!
2. Maybe enough time. Nope, not enough time. Had he not taken 1 or 2 shots crossing over to that bomb, some very real chance that he gets there while the rest of the team rotates off the bomb. But fortunately, Kenny there to shut that thought down going to that next round.
Now, the very real advantage that Bozo Brigade picked up in that round, however, is they got those 2 picks and then died. So that means so many extra ult points for that Killjoy ult, which can be super helpful for pushing off any attackers or on retake. Extremely helpful on retake.
Absolutely. It's going to be your execute. It's going to be your push off. Anything that you can do to slow things out. Steve-O catching out Curse and Dish. And Bozo Brigade is on a save here, with Spectres coming out from Mac. Steve-O thinking about flashing through this smoke, but not much backup with him up in drop. The rest of the team is stuck in main. Now smoked off again. Steve-O kind of retreating here. They're thinking, hey, we've already got Cypher all the way over towards B. Jawson being the lone player on B right now. With all of this Killjoy utility, maybe it's enough to slow them down. Slow play, and the utility coming out, starting to alert Bozo Brigade. Everyone's starting to come through spawn now. Midnight taking out Dylan. Midnight going for Ghostly. Gets taken out by Curse here. Kenny taking
One enemy
Jawson.
remaining.
And
No
Wavelength. Curse traded up for that Spectre. Left in a 1v3. Unfortunately, unable to come back anything else. Star taking out Curse. We have 3 going into this next round.
Not a shocking victory for Mac, but definitely a helpful one. Really, the important thing to note there is, you know, they're now on the bonus, but last round they had the force up. And so now the fact that they lost 2 of their players is definitely not nothing. It's a little something, and if Bozer Brigade can kind of hook into that positivity, that optimism, then maybe they'll be able to push forward with this rather uneven buy. I mean, you know, they have 4 rifles and then the 1 Ares, but they're pretty low on money.
And this is what we like to see, especially after last half, where they were struggling so much with this economy, keeping everything on the same page here. They said, hey, everyone gets Spectres, make sure you can buy for next, no problem. Being pulled here at the top
Spike
of
down A.
this ramp, Curse taking out Circle.
Obscuring vision.
So they're gonna pull back now.
Yeah, now taking a little bit of time to rotate, but Bozer Brigade getting pretty aggressive here on B main. Pushing out with 2 people. We're going to see this collision. If they can catch people on these ropes, they get across. They get across with no conflict.
Wow.
Had Ghostly and Jocelyn just turned that corner, that might have been 3 or 4 or their whole team. Now
Really
nobody
pivotal
left
moment.
on A.
Yeah, a really pivotal moment in the round that sadly does not work out, and now we have a slow push round to the A, but it looks like Bozer Brigade is some
30
awareness that
seconds
maybe
left.
there might be someone coming in here.
Curse and Wavelength on the site to defend the 5 push. Curse taking 1.
Spike planted.
Putting out the breach ult, stunning everybody on site. But Midnight there to trade out for the team. Kenny taking Dylan. Kenny taking Wavelength. Ghostly shutting down Midnight in main. Jocelyn pushing up the link here. 2v2.
1 enemy remaining. Last
Kenny taking
player
Ghostly.
standing.
Just Jocelyn again. Left to deal with 1 more player. Couldn't close it out. Steve-O takes out Jocelyn. I really liked that 1 Molotov on Kenny. Knew he was stuck in the corner. Tossed it in there. Finished him off. Made it a 1v1. Just couldn't capitalize any further.
Sadly, didn't work out. But it could have been a gun diff there, because Steve-O just had a Spectre. But it didn't seem like Jocelyn was aware that Steve-O could be hiding behind that little section of the Sage Wall.
It's always the Sage Walls.
Yeah. And now Bozer Brigade is on a rather broken buy. I mean, we have 2 Ghosts, a Spectre, 2 Spectres, and an Ares. It's not looking good. They might not even be able to buy next if they lose this.
It's going to be a tough round going in, but they've won on saves before, light buys before, so wouldn't put it past them. Looks like we're getting aggressive around Arcade, leaving Midnight alone in B main, thinking, hey, maybe we'll pull them over towards Arcade. And that's exactly what happens. Jocelyn takes 1, Steve-O takes another, but Midnight taking out Dylan, looking the other way. And now they get these picks and they say, all right, we left bomb and spawn. We're just going to run over to A. Using this Astral Wall to their advantage, chopping up the sites. And nobody's on A, but they don't know that yet. And Bozer Brigade picking up on it, starting to rotate nice and quick. Wavelength here to contest first. Fortunately, a solid shot from Midnight, taking Midnight to, unfortunately, Ghostly. There to trade out the aggression from Midnight towards Link. 2v3 retake here. Curse and Ghostly. We've got an Ares and a Spectre, 1 in drop and 2 on site. 1 up top, 1 below.
1 enemy remaining.
Star taking out Ghostly. Steve-O in this main push. Kenny takes out Curse. And that's 10-6. Starting to see it.
Things are looking
crumble a little.
things are looking pretty dire for Bozer Brigade right now. You know, they're kind of on the back foot. Definitely looks like they might be having some trouble with the mental. You know, that was a great play from Mac and Cheese that round. They left the bomb and spawn. They never really had any intention of actually committing to that first push, but they got those picks. They know that Bozer Brigade likes that rotate, and so as soon as Bozer Brigade heads over, they're right on site. If they'd gone even faster, it could have been even a more decisive win, but they weren't quite sure that A would be vacant.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing this B push again. Steve-O taking out Curse. Ghostly here to contest B main, but
Cage
not able
triggered.
to take one. Takes a little bit of damage. Circle Cypher caging onto site, but can't take this turret down yet. Kenny takes out Jocelyn. Midnight takes out Wavelength. Ghostly for Steve-O. Again, 2v4 retake for Bozo Brigade. This is not
One enemy
looking
remaining.
bright for them. Kenny takes out Dylan. Ghostly in a 1v4 with only 70 HP. Vandal in hand, knives in pocket.
Where she's getting flanked from. Ooh, that.
Kenny for 3 that round.
You know,
Finishing it out.
I think one of Mac's biggest strengths is their ability to take that space. I mean, like, you know, so obviously they had that, they won that gunfight there against Ghostly, but had they lost that, they have the flank from Midnight ready. You know, they're really good at that micro positioning once they're on site, being in the right place at the right time. It might be because they're just good at it, they like this map, or maybe they've got the reads on Bozo Brigade. It's hard to say. But things are looking
Absolutely.
very good for them.
Post-plant game is definitely strong for Mac right now. And these retakes not turning out right for Bozo Brigade. We're looking at a little bit of slower push. Got Steve-O here, maybe 1v1ing Ghostly, who's got knives out. A right click might do it. Misses 3 knives, and Steve-O takes out Ghostly. Dylan taking out Midnight with a Marshall. Steve-O left down at 50 HP, though. Might not be as impactful this round. Wavelength with only a ghost here. Circle taking out Dylan.
Cage triggered.
Looking like we have the quick pull out from Mac. They're going to head right on over to that B site. This is that classic play that they like to do, where they get that pick or two, and they head right on over to the other site. Jocelyn scrambling to get back to B site. Yep. With just a ghost, though, what can you do?
Not enough time to anchor, but
Swarm grenade out.
maybe some time to... Using the Killjoy ult here in Canteen. Kenny takes out Jocelyn, shuts that lockdown down. No problem.
One enemy remaining.
Kenny going for another. Takes Curse. Maybe another 3 for Kenny here. Star takes out Wavelength. We're down to a 12-6. Bozo Brigade knew, hey, we have to save up that round. This has to be the round that we buy once again. But unfortunately, no rounds to the side of Bozo Brigade this half.
This is looking extremely dire, and really the thing to keep note of as well is it really looks like Mac is extremely confident right now. They're doing those super aggressive pushes, they're getting up into places they shouldn't be, whereas you have Bozo Brigade who look much less sure on their feet. And that's really the thing they're going to need to remedy if they want to come back here.
You want to play? Let's
This is
play.
looking like a 5 push, strong towards B main, and only Jocelyn there
Cage
to
triggered.
fight it alone. Stuck in Canteen. Circle already on site. These Molotovs able to slow down this plan, get a little bit of damage out onto the site for Steve-O. Takes Wavelength. Kenny takes Dylan. Steve-O takes Jocelyn. And back to a 2v5. Curse and Ghostly. Curse takes Kenny. Midnight taking down Ghostly. 1v4. Curse taking Steve-O. Taking Midnight. Now we're down to a 1v2.
This would need to be an
Ulting
ace.
onto site. Does hit Circle. 1 in tower. 1 on the other side of this wall.
Right there.
Can we see the Miracle Ace? Tagged by this camera.
One enemy
Peeking
remaining.
by Circle. Curse does take out Circle. That's 4, and only Star left. Has to tap this bomb soon. Star creeping up. And Curse unable to pull off of that
Attackers win.
for that trade. A spectacular attempt, but Star there to close out this map. And that's 2 to Mac.
And that was that last 2. I don't know if you heard those shorty shots that Star let off as the little celebration.
Didn't get any that game, but had to get off the 2 shots at the very least.
And wow, that was an extremely dominant half from Mac and Cheese. Really scary. And honestly, you know, it was looking like there might be a bit of a comeback there at the end. Curse really whipping out that 4K, and it looked like he might be able to just maybe make that ace. If he got it to half, he tried to keep going. He thought maybe Star wouldn't peak, but it didn't work out that way.
Of course, gotta have that competition, that contest right at the end there. Unfortunately, BB just not able to bring anything back there. And we've got
And-
Star here for the interview. How
Oh.
you doing, Star? How was that game for you?
Nerve-wracking? Oh my
Nerve-wracking.
god.
Absolutely. Thane, you want to start us off?
Sure. So, well, I guess the first question I have is, what was did you guys have some sort of plan going into Fracture? Like, how did you feel about having to play on the map? Because it wasn't your pick, as I understand it. So, did you guys feel confident?
I think we felt confident because the last tournament, I think we kind of rolled on Fracture. And so I think that kind of gave us a little bit of a boost. But I mean, we didn't really practice on Fracture that much. But I think we had Chris guiding us a lot. He was the one that called all the shots and was telling us to play loud, play slow, play for I really don't think we would have won that without him. Like IGLing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
22-9 up the top of that scoreboard. Kenny up there helping you guys out as well.
Kenny had the most amazing Ares plays I have seen in like forever.
Honestly, it sticks out in my brain, especially the split. There was that one round that he got 3K with the Ares.
Oh, yeah. He's our local Ares menace.
Yeah, it was a really, really honestly scary attack half from you guys. It looks like Steve-O did a great job with those calls on the attack, just constantly controlling that flow of information, getting the pick, and then quickly getting over to the other site. Did you guys think, it seemed like a lot of those times you would do that play where you'd get a pick on one site and then head right on over to the other, and there was no one there, from our perspective. But were you guys worried that there might be one there? It looked like sometimes you were going a little slower.
So how we played a lot was Chris almost always had someone towards the opposite side that we were playing to. Like if we're pushing A, he'll have either himself or like circle towards B, like kind of info gathering over there. So I think it wasn't, I mean, yeah, we still was like cautious and stuff, but taking site, especially on rounds like that, I don't think was hard. I don't want to say
Yeah.
It made it easier with like call outs and stuff. It's just team communication. I think that's what really won us the game.
Absolutely. You guys did spectacular there. I really only have one question for you, Star. That is, do you have a tally over these last two games? How many short you got?
No, I do not. I didn't get one that game. I wish I did.
Yeah, we noticed there wasn't any in but right after that last little 1v1 with Curse, we heard the two shorty rounds go off. And it sent shivers down my spine.
I wish Fracture isn't the easiest map to get shorty kills on. So
you would know. You're the master.
Thank you.
So I guess last question then.
Yep.
Yeah, I have one last question for you, which is just, so now you finish you're on to the grand finals. Now, who do you think you'll be facing off against, or rather, who would you like to face off against in the finals?
I think I'd really like to face off against Treehouse. I think they're the favorite to win. I don't want to say because I haven't really seen much of. They're going against Goblin Gang, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen much of their performance, but I know that they have a lot of scary players. They have Red and they have Omen, correct?
I'm part of Goblin Gang. We have Red, and then me and Jocelyn, or not Jocelyn, Woodrow.
Yeah.
They
were the sort of the higher ranking players. So.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of like aim crazy people, and I mean that's gonna be really scary to go against. I know I've personally played with Red a lot, and I know that they're really good, and they scare me to go against. But I would really like to go against Treehouse because I think that'd kind of be like a rematch from the last tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, so that'd be exciting.
We'll just have to see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for the interview, and good luck in your next games, and I hope you enjoy the next best of 3 that you get to watch, which is going to be me versus Toby.
Oh yeah.
Thank
this
you.
is going to be the game.
All right, well, with that, we will be heading to a 10-minute break, or maybe a little more, because I think we ended that a little early. So we will see you soon.
bubbles, we holding our liquor down. If it's a problem, I'll go to the bar and I shut it down. Get out my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty a 10, a rubber band, come on for the 100 pound. All of this talk, but don't run them mouth. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving. this whole place out. Big facts, I do what I want, I do what it does. I'm moving around, I'm getting the love. It's me that you want, my schedule is plugged. But I'm here now. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving.
Can you hear me? We could be legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired. We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars. This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it. The end is in our sights. The future is already here. No matter how hard we tried, we're doomed. Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. Three, two, one. Hardwired.
One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, brace yourself for the Vegas. One shot. For the Vegas.
Back to the sound. sound, back to the sound.
What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. my dude.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. I'm here with Stevo. My name is Midnight. We're about to commentate over Treehouse and Goblin Gang. And, it's currently semifinals to see who goes to the final match.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
definitely gonna be exciting to see these two go against each other. I know
Mhm.
Treehouse was looking good form yesterday, and hopefully Goblin Gang is able to realize what was their issues were. I know Best of 1s are just rough as they are, so hopefully they keep level heads and go into this clean, ready to take on the strong force there.
Mhm. Also, before the game starts, I just want to mention that currently we are at $700 raised for the Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is a foundation for helping LGBTQ plus youth with mental problems or any situation like that. If you could donate, that'd be fine. You could use the exclamation point Tiltify or donate or something like that. And giving anything is good, or even sending the link to someone who can donate is great.
It looks like we're just about ready to hop in the game here. It's gonna
Mhm.
be so first map is split.
And Treehouse is starting defenders, Goblin Gain on attack.
So we didn't get to see much of. Actually, I don't think we saw any split yesterday.
No, I don't think we did. So
So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams decide to go and approach it and take their challenge at it.
absolutely.
Uh, After this game, they oh, forget which map they're rolling into.
All right, there we go. Now we're loading in.
The second map is going to be a bind pick. That one we saw quite a bit yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see a second map there. Hopefully,
Seeing if people can counter counter how they played and analyzing what they did and seeing what to do
you know,
different.
learn from their
Right
mistakes.
away, we got the insta-lock Reyna by BR.
It's kind of gonna be, huh?
And Trios with the fast selects with only Bill Nye. Oh, and they selected too.
I know I gotta point out here the Omen pick by Sarcopels. I know they tend to be almost a one trick with the Sova, but they really don't like Sova on this map, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they put Omen to use.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be fun seeing them on Smoke's fronts.
Other than that, we got a
Pretty
double
regular
duelist
picks
coming from the attacking side. It looks like they're gonna try and start things
Mhm.
off hot and just hit them with a whole bunch of force.
Yeah, pretty regular picks from Goblin Gang that we've seen in the past, like Woodrow on Reyna and Cowboy on Breach, Toby on Viper as well. So
It's gonna be interesting to see how they decide to play out here. Attacking side looking
absolutely.
like they're already gonna start over leaning towards that A site. Gonna
Yeah.
So who do you want to see showing up, or what's gonna be a win condition, I should say, for both these teams needing to show up?
Really, I think that if Goblin Gang could really just get their attack down straight, like they could get a good 6-6 even, they could probably take it home on defense with how we saw yesterday how good they were on defense. And how
Yeah,
good they were with like the retake even.
they were locking down defense pretty strongly. It's gonna be interesting,
Looks
but
like
we do see
most of
see the pop
people
coming out
in
A here. Red getting the first pick there onto Bill Nye. Pushing up
All
towards
the team
heaven.
going up at the ramp.
Looks like the two defenders that were in ropes are going back. They might be cutting back to catch this rotate.
Mm-hmm.
They got a lot of information on them starting to run away. Only next issue is going to be if they can be able to stop this whole wave of force coming in.
Yeah. Looks like they got a 4-push on the B main and garage, and then Woodger coming behind them in heaven. And Sarkable's watching it, but gets shot in the back when they turn away for a second,
Spike
and BR
planted.
getting taken by Woodger as well.
Spike is going to be going down in a 5v2. It's going to be a rough chance for Treehouse to try and break their way back into this. So that's a good start there with Angelic Tim getting picked onto Woodrow. Thane though knifing through this wall, it's gonna stall a lot of time. There's not much room for him to try and crack into this. Toby sitting up behind the plots,
One
the
enemy
flower
remaining.
plants here. Doesn't even need a peek though. Oh, does come out though and get the pick onto Toby. Or onto
really
Thane,
saw a
sorry.
fast rotate from Goblin Gang there. Yeah, in just the first round too. Them trying to get a full 5 rush on the A side, but realizing there's too many people and they've been seeing too much. Even after getting a pick, they rotate back onto B side.
Yeah, that was a very quick rotate over for him, but the Treehouse though, they had a, they maybe not the best positions to stop it, but they were on the right side of the map though as soon as they caught the rotate.
Quick flash by Bill Nye and gets a couple of them.
Some good
They're still
information
pushing
there.
anyway.
Catching up that there was quite a few coming in. Angelic Tim sitting behind sight gets a pick on, or Bill Nye gets a pick on the Woodrow. Angelic Tim going down there, and that's cracked open sight. Not the best or the biggest feat against pistols, but it's still. Plant should be going down here. Yep, starting to go down.
Spike
It's a
planted.
3v4 retake from Sarkopels here. Picked up a Phantom. So that's going to be strong as long as they can get in and put it to work. Issue is they do not have any armor.
Yeah, and not really any whereabouts of where they are, except
But
they
they
keep
do-
getting that cowboy.
Last player standing.
They get 2. There's a chance. But that no armor ends up losing to the Spectre. Really all that came down to was just the gun diff.
It really did.
They got a lot done with the pistols that they had, so it's gonna be interesting to see that what's gonna happen here on this bonus round out of Goblin Gangs. But it seems that most of them that looks like they're gonna be struggling to buy up some here.
Yeah,
Got
looks like only one or
Don't
two
get
of
the
them
brand.
buying full loadouts when the rest are saving and going pistols or stingers.
so they got
Respective.
they are taking the bonus round as strong as they can. They're gonna be saving money for a nice strong buy next round. And they're leaning over to the B site, coming into, looks like hopefully coming into Thane's trap here. He's got a nice little one-way set up, ready to go, ready to pop.
Also slowed by Tim.
Yeah, they're slowed inside that smoke. As soon as that goes, it's gonna be interesting to see who gets the first access.
Spike
Thane
down.
Thane gets one,
first
Toby
kill.
trades back one onto BR.
Thane also has the one-way there, so they decided to rotate out. Go towards mid more. But Tim has already walled it off. So they rotate into sewers, with Woodrow pushing up going to mid.
It's gonna be interesting to see how they decide to attack this, because all the defenders are going to be over on the site. It's gonna be mainly onto probably Woodrow here to make this contact without being spotted.
Yeah.
As long as his teammates are baiting on the site.
Spike
Sarkopels
down
does
A.
take down Red, dropping the spike in the open. Now the last 2 attackers are so split away from where they can help each other.
One
Woodrow does
enemy
find
remaining.
one.
30
Toby finds
seconds
another,
left.
and now it's down. It's flipped from a 3v2 into a
Last player
2v1.
standing.
Thane does
No,
get
into
the
a
pick onto
1v1.
Woodrow. Is gonna see that spike still down.
But does he
just
know
has to-
that Toby is up into heaven?
That is the question. It's gonna be interesting to see.
It might be a stall out
10
of Thane
seconds
trying
left.
to make sure that they can't get the plant down. With him going into
It-
heaven and trying to get a better view. But can't see them when they're there. Oh, we
All
popped
coming
the
in
ult.
from Viper. That honestly might allow this round to be won. Playing out around outside. Heard Thane spraying into the smoke. Toby has gone all the way around. I think that's gonna be the round. Thane has no idea where Toby went. There's no way that he could read that they went around and got out behind him.
It might just be run away and save your gun.
That is what Thane should do, but it looks like he's gonna try and still defuse this here and stick it out. Toby gets the
Peaks
kill
and
onto
gets a
Thane.
Thane.
That was a close round. That turned twice on its heels. It was strong that Viper was able to have the ult there and get it down to just lock that site. And then there's the presence of mind, which is kind of unfortunate that Thane was spraying into the ult, so that Toby knew where they were. That was just able to allow them to walk around and secure the round.
Looks like they're going for a B pushes again, with maybe some going into mid to get heaven. But we've got Tim walling off right away and making sure they can't go through there without destroying the wall and telling them where they are. Thane tries to
like
get a
Thane-
camera in,
Looks
but
like Thane's gonna get a little ratty here with this the shorty.
maybe we got a shorty kill from him.
The hunt begins. Cage triggered.
Pops the cage, waiting for him to blind down.
Cage does slow them down from pushing through, but it looks like this execute's
Reason
still gonna
looking-
come out onto B.
And he
Thane
gets
does
the
get one with the
shorty
shorty. That's all that they're gonna get.
tries to get the ult, but it doesn't go through.
This is interesting. Goblet Gang is rotating out back into mid, even though they would have had sight if they continued to press forward. But they're gonna go all the way back around to A. Maybe just a little too deep a smoke from that omen there. They're just gonna run straight through it at these pistols. Skydog getting a stun there, getting the information that there's
30
two up.
seconds left.
Bill Nye going down to Toby. Somehow though, this round has gone into a 2v2. This is actually doable. Cowboy is below half HP. Angelic Tim has a gun.
Can't get the kill on Tim. Seems like they're really trapped in that corner, not really a place where they can go without being sprayed from somebody.
They're
And looks
not
like Tim's
really in
pushing
good
out more
positions where they
onto
can help.
One enemy remaining.
Yardo's cross sight, but
Last
gets
player
picked.
standing.
Now it's just down to Tim. At
Sage versus
this point,
Sage,
Tim
I
should
wonder
probably
when.
just save it.
But he peeks anyway and gets killed by Ness.
I would like to see a little more, not necessarily aggression, but a little more on the group up from Treehouse. They're playing, it seems almost a little too separate.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily been in,
letting him take sight easily.
I say they haven't been in spots where they can really trade. Last round, Thane was able to get that shorty kill, but then no one was there to help him out, so he could either get back to his classic or get a reload in. Looks like another A hit or B hit gonna be coming out. Wonder if they're gonna
Probably
commit to it
looking
this
mid as
time, or if
well.
they're also gonna rotate back. Red sneaking around inside that smoke. Only one on site is Omen. Sage now rotating into heaven.
Corners. Gets taken up by Sarcopels.
Sarcopels gets one, doesn't know that they're being wrapped, that one's pushed into hell.
Woodrow getting the kill
Wood-
on Tim. And Ness getting the one on Sarcopels. Bring it down to a 3v4. BR being poisoned by Toby.
Last
Or are
player
they gonna expect
standing.
Woodrow there? Oh, they went to look for it, but Woodrow gets the faster trigger off. Now it's just down to Bill Nye on 1v4. Not really much of a
this
way
might
for
be
him
a
to
save
sneak into
round.
this.
They're low on econ and need to maybe just get some exit frags even.
They're gonna back out. They're just kind of looking for where Woodrow may have gone.
Mm-hmm.
And that round really just kind of comes down to what I was talking about. They're playing almost so separate that no one was able to help out Sarcopels there on site, and they just ended up getting wrapped, which caused Woodrow to be able to walk up into hell and get the pickup onto Sage at heaven,
Yeah,
because
they
no
can't
one was
really-
able, no one was there to spot that they had walked in. But we do have a
Looks like
timeout
yeah,
coming in
timeout.
for the defenders. And I wonder if they're kind of going to be discussing the same thing I'm talking, or what Thane's got going in their form, what they're going to try.
Mhm.
They seem to just be kind of stuck right now.
They really do. It seems like they can't hold the site and they can't push the attackers back into where they're coming from, and they can't force them off of the site even, or take back the spike when it's planted. So they'll have to see how to hold the site more and be more aggressive, I suppose.
kind of hoping to see that they change things up. Maybe take a gamble stack here and actually push something, or somewhere to do something, get some control and get some information, because they don't have too much in the aspect of information other than just the cipher camera or the Skydog, but those are both limited in what they can do and what they can achieve. But I guess we'll see here now how they change things up. Looks like sort of a mixed buy. Nope, just late buys coming in here. They got a pretty decent buy. BR just sitting on an Ares, which is
Barely any money left. Same with Thane.
Yep.
And some of them.
This round's gonna be crucial, otherwise they're gonna be on another save coming into the next round. Looks like it's gonna be mid presence here, coming in from Goblin Gang, pushing up.
Yeah.
Angelic Tim holding off this wall. Is he holding too late? Almost too late. That wall does get broken, but BR gets 2 coming through. Putting that Ares to work.
Looks like they're gonna try wrapping around into CT. Or maybe
Sarcopel's pushing up. Here's them running in. I wonder if Sarcopel's have made any steps. Gets one in the back. Here's the other ones there. And just keeps falling back into the attacking spawn.
Cowboy peeks and gets Sarcopel's there. And they keep running to site to trying to catch Bill Nye and Tim. Bill Nye gets a flash off on them.
Unfortunate that BR was not able to get that trade for Sarcopel's. But it is a 4v2, and it looks like Goblin Gang's going to run back through sewers into mid, into now the Cypher, Sage, and Sky all in mid. They kind of just locked themselves out with these rotates.
There we go, and Trios finally gets their first win of the game. Making it so they don't have to save again or be in terrible financial status.
So 2 things about that round that were really good for him was, one, actually Tim was able to get that wall down just in time to slow them up for BR to be ready for him to run through and be focused on Tim. And then from there, that push from Sarcopel's over on the other site was big, and just being able to have that information that they're pushing up. That's kind of the plays that I was talking about, so they know what's going on, because Goblin Gang has not been afraid to be rotating.
No. Seems like it's gonna be another big heavy B push with only Toby going mid this time. The BR's waiting in vents for them and get some damage off him. Basically, Thane just desperately holding off B site, trying to make sure they can't come on.
Waited for that. They waited for that one way to go away. Now it looks like they're going to be sitting out, wait for their utility to come back up, and they're going to try and... Nope, they're actually rotating back out of B again. But are they going to be ready for Sarcopel's pushed up once more into the 3 stacked into mid? Looks like they might actually just be sitting waiting for this push.
Yeah.
Waiting for the aggression.
They're trying to play more passive to wait to get some picks made to push into somewhere and find where they can go.
Looks like they're having issues deciding if they want to go A or B, but looks decided on A. Sarcopel's hears them running in spawn behind. That's going to be a lot of information. I wonder if Sarcopel's is going to wait here to come up behind him. Nope, goes up the rope, gets the first one. Not showing great trigger discipline right there, but is able to get that information of Spike and 2 more being in that area.
Off your feet!
Out of
You see Toby and Red going through mid still, trying to go through vents, maybe in the heaven.
down A.
Woodrow gets the 1 kill, but Thane trades them out, and
10
BR
seconds
gets
left.
another.
Last player standing. 1 enemy remaining.
Toby peeking, taking out Thane.
Turned into a 1v1 really quick. But there's no time left to get that Spike down planted. There's almost a desperation ult from the breach coming in there just to try and, they had 15 seconds left. To try and just do whatever they can to get into sight there to get some of that control to be able to put it down and let their teammates rotate in. It seemed very disjointed, and that's honestly thanks to Sarcopel's just being in that position that they were.
Yeah, it seems like the Sarcopel's like flank and just watching where they go and where they rotate to is really impactful for them, and finding where they are and figuring out what they're doing.
Goblin Gang being a little more explosive here, pushing out onto the A site quick.
Not knowing.
No one haven't seen anybody yet. Sarkfel's missing the flash, but still getting the pick onto Woodrow. And keeping their life.
They got
Maybe a 5v.
another on the cowboy.
You will not kill my allies.
Res coming in onto Woodrow. They know they're all on site.
Spike down.
They got
A.
another on the nest, but get traded by Toby.
It's big though that they take down that healer.
Toby gets the
That's
flag
gonna be,
down.
it's gonna be a 4v3 retake here into a Viper ult. This is gonna be interesting because there's not gonna be enough time to wait that out.
I feel they're gonna have to push
But
in
they-
all at once and just try to find where they are.
One
Kind of
enemy.
a little
Really
ambitious
depends on
there. Oh, Red getting the
Red
spray down.
too. BR onto red though. So now it's BR versus the Viper and
BR should
Viper
just
and Reyna.
yep, they're just gonna back out and save this. There's no way for them to crack into that Viper ult. It seemed a little disjointed on that retake. They had the Sky Flash came in, but the only one that went in was the Sky.
yeah.
No one
They
was.
really should have just went in together and tried to trade each other out, or maybe even double swing it and both fire them at the same time.
But then also Red Bear being underneath the heaven, underneath the rafter there, was in such a good spot just to catch him unaware.
Mm-hmm.
I think if Treehouse wants to win this game, they gotta find a few more here.
Behind
Like,
Mm-hmm.
They need to put themselves in better position switching halves.
Looks like
Get
Reach
out
is
of my
gonna
way.
stun Wretch right away, and they're trying to get a pick up
Spike
of that
drop.
fast.
Got the spike.
With Red pushing in through ramps really aggressively, not seeing where Sky is.
Red
See
pushed up
now,
far
shoots
into
the
heaven already.
flash.
Sky ult coming out from
Getting
Bill Nye.
triple swung. Looks rough. They don't hit any of their knives.
Now they're just down to a frenzy. Actually, poor weapon.
They run at BR, but they get the spray off
Cutting
them.
Cypher ult coming in, letting them all know that all the attackers are on site.
They'll have to make sure
4v4
to
at the
check under
moment. It's gonna be
rafters again for
interesting to see
Cowboy.
where they come from and where they decide to try and crack into this. All the post plant positions are going to be on site, so it is going to be
Spike
very much a
planted.
trade-based retake.
It very much seems like most of Trias is on a safe line, has to try to find a decent gun to use, like staying stuck on a Spectre even.
Last player
Gets taken out by Toby.
They'll be picking off 2, and Ness also getting 2 for them. See, that's what you don't want to happen. That Thane peeked up, took the pre-fire up onto that heaven rafter, and Ness was able to peek out, get 1, and was not traded out, which put it into a 4v3, and then from there, Toby getting the 2-piece, and it just all went downhill.
Yeah, this really seems like an attack side team, and it's pretty good that they started on attack for split at least, and see how they do.
Yeah, there's actually been decently timed aggression and good rotates coming from Goblin Gang.
A lot better than I was expecting, to be honest.
It's very much right now if it's not broke, don't fix it type of deal. But they are, looks like they're sitting inside that smoke towards B again. It's gonna be interesting to see if they actually end up committing to this when it goes, or if they're gonna rotate back away. Okaz faded, and they are coming out to the B site. Thane
Yes,
getting
it's
2,
one
Angelic
up
Tim
B.
chiming in as well, and they still don't know Sarkapels is wrapped around.
They just
One
missed
enemy
where Liger
remaining.
is. They're trying
I didn't even see Bill Nye was pushed up into their spawn.
Oh wow.
They were able to catch the mid rotate coming in. They had that round just on lockdown. I wasn't able to see, but I think that blind from Sarkapels actually was able to come in just in time to allow both Tim and Thane to be able to get those kills from heaven.
Yeah, that really helped them in that situation there. We
That
see we
was a
got
lot.
2 ults on the board from Treehouse and 1 on Goblin Game. Maybe we'll see some of them happening. Like, that TP can come in really useful when needed. but it seems like it's gonna be an A push by 2 of them when the rest are mid and B. I'm not too
It
sure
seems to
where
be more they're just
going
kind of
or
sitting out in the default, just waiting to see if they get aggressive. Because that push from Bill Nye last round kind of makes them hesitant now and want to just sit out and see where else they're gonna get aggressive. Now there's two. It's kind of a double-edged sword with this because it's good because you can maybe catch something free of someone pushing, but if you take too long and none of the utilities gone from the defending side, you just end up walking into a stockpile of utility.
Sure.
BR doing some damage to the Viper, but nowhere near enough to take him down. And it immediately got healed back up by Sage. But it does
They
now
are
look
gonna
like
be
it is
missing one.
gonna be an A crunch as Woodrow has already pushed up into heaven, but does go down to Thane.
They get the kill on Woodrow. They know that the break is still there, and they have the one-way off too. So I don't think they're gonna be pushing ramp anytime soon.
Blind 30
See, this is
seconds
what I
left.
mean. You know, they've took almost so long. Now there's 30 seconds left, and they're locked out of sight.
Down A.
Feel like
Bill Nye
getting the
losing-
one. Can't get a second though.
Lost the spray
Player
there,
standing.
and now it's turned around into a 3v1. Now they have A site open.
With BR just stuck in vents and trying to find
10
where they can
seconds
see them
left.
from, and maybe
BR
get
needs to-
sprays or
Planted.
something.
Needs to find these low players quick, otherwise they're gonna end up healed up.
Gets the kill off on Ness, but gets trapped by the wall, so they have to rotate back to heaven.
And they're being loud about it too. They're gonna drop right into a crossfire from Jet and Viper.
BR
Does
gets
get the
one on
Jet
red.
though.
Can they get Toby? They can.
GR actually
and they
wins
still
the
have
round.
time to get the
That's-
fuse. Incredibly good round by him.
There was good shots by BR, but I almost want to say it was more that Goblin Gang lost the round because they were in such a great
Last round
crossfire
before the
when
switch.
BR was in heaven, and they just didn't hit the shots, which is unfortunate, but not much you can do when that situation
Mhm.
happens. You just gotta shake it off and go into the next round.
Yeah, you just got GG go next. And it seems like it's gonna be another default by Goblin Gang, trying to see where they could fit in without much struggle.
So
This is
it
gonna
is
be
a
fun.
7-4 half, so I know they're sitting a little comfortably here. Their Goblin Gang switching into that other half, so they're maybe just trying to get one more, or just more so maybe even just to get in the mental of Treehouse and just say, hey, we came to play. You guys need to step up a little bit.
It's not gonna be like
But
yesterday.
that being said, BR is still feeling hot from last round. Gets the pick onto red. Bill Nye getting caught out with the utility by Woodrow. And now the Viper ult coming out on site, and it is a 4v4 retake into this ult.
BR and Tim both coming through CT or screens, it looks like. They're trying to get some picks through the smoke from heaven. Get some damage down though. Just Jeff really sprinted through the Viper smoke. Roger gets the pick on BR. Darkapel is on Cowboy, but Toby
Darkpulse,
gets
I
the
think,
kill on-
teleported in behind him there. I kind of missed what happened there, but Rez
Tim
comes
pops the
in.
Rez.
You will
Still a
not kill
2v3
my
though. It
ally.
is rough for him to
Ness
find a
also
way
pops
in.
the Rez.
But BR does
BR
get
does
behind
one
the
enemy
sage wall.
remaining.
Gets
And they
two.
get Cowboy too.
It does go down to Toby's. See, the thing I want to point out about that ult is
Last
it
player
left
standing.
two little pockets behind the ult
sides.
in the corners of that site. So not only are you struggling to come into the ult to attack them, because with bad vision, you have to essentially green screen yourself walking out of the ult into those pockets to try and kill them.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're
It
gonna have to
made
see.
that extremely rough.
Now we're gonna have to see Goblin Gang on defense, which may be a bit harder for them with them having a more aggressive comp with an initiator, 2 duelists, and like a sentinel and a controller. But we don't know how that's gonna do against the other team.
I do know as long as they use it, are able to use their utility together, they have enough power to slow down people coming in to get rotates to have a lot of firepower on site.
Seems like it's gonna be a push on the garage with Cowboy basically giving them sight without staying on it at all. So all 4 of them can enter while Sarcopels go through mid.
Sarcopels is walking into 2 of them here, but there's no one on this B site. It's going to be
Desperate
a
breach
free
stun
site
when they
and
can't get
potentially
anyone.
just a 5v5 retake.
Stealing sight.
Sarcopels gets
the pick up
one
on
in mid
Woodrow.
and actually still gets out. They're in
Doesn't
such a
get saved.
strong position to be a
Field
nuisance
Nyan
here,
to
but they
Toby.
are now running back to their stage to get those heals, as we now have a 3v5 retake coming in.
I do also want to point out that Trios does have 2 healers with Sky and Sage, so
Yeah, they
might be
need
hard
to
to
output.
figure out.
They need to take a lot of damage to go down. And really, they have, you know, with BR also being on Reyna, that's another heal, you know, self heal that is the strongest in the
One
game.
enemy remaining.
So difficult to take these players down.
Especially in the pistol round when BR can heal just to like 150 after 1 pick. But it seems like they won the round and it's off to a good start on the attack for them.
I don't know if that was just a good read or just good, you know, bad positioning there from Goblin Gangs, but it was just a free sight, and they were so worried about Sarcopels in mid that it slowed down everything. And they had
like
no
with
one
the
able
Cowboy.
to. They had no one able to
Instantly.
stop the plant or even able to contest it. It was
Like
just
Cowboy
a free sight, and
immediately
then
retreating into CT.
they kind of gave it up a little faster. But hopefully that was just, you know, just a pistol round deal, and they're able to take this eco round and then come back into it swinging.
Yeah. It is really just about how you react to the pistol round with your buys and how you play against it. Like, you can see Toby's got a shorty on garage entrance trying to catch someone off guard, maybe. The flash doesn't get them. They hold it tight still with the wall right there. Just hoping nobody checks it when they swing.
Toxins going up.
And so this spot from Dobby is such a hard spot to end up having to clear, because you can have people on both sides, like you have Woodrow there right now.
Crossfired both of shorties.
Yeah, but Treehouse is running away off of the call from Thane. Thane was already looked like they lurked through mid into heaven.
Are they gonna
They
get
now
on Nest there in CT?
catching off
They
Ness
are.
as well, and that is just we're kind of a little too focused on the shorties there. We missed what happened in mid, but Sarcopels and Thane were able to push up into heaven with no one else being there. From the full gamble stack to that B site.
And almost
30
all of them
seconds
going
left.
through CT now. Just trying to push as a group or find someone to kill. But Thane gets a kill off on Woodrow. Leaving Cowboy in CT and Toby in heaven.
Yeah, this is a 2v5 retake that you don't. If you see it happen, something went wrong on the post
Last
point.
player standing.
Especially when they're on eco. Now it's a 1v5 even. With bad guns against each other.
Flawless.
Toby down to 3 health and gets taken out by Thane with the ghost. It really seems like Trios is starting to find their footing and see how to play against them and taking strats from them, even like some explosive entrances and just pushing into it fast. Just knowing that they can win these gunfights.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how these two teams are adapting to each other. It was a little late for Treehouse to do it, but they ended up getting there, and right now we're at a fairly close game.
Yeah, it seems like they're catching up pretty fast.
But what would be huge here is Treehouse winning this bonus round. For the bonus round, they're up against a kind of spotty buy here. Ness only on the Ghost and Cowboy also with no buy. It's kind of an interesting take here. Seems very disjointed here from the defending side.
It seems like they're trying to just wait until they can get a more comfortable buy for themselves and seeing when they can buy a Vandal and sell enough for like a Spectre next round.
I think Sarcopels just got spotted by Red. But does go
Sarcopels
down.
gets a kill off on Red. Barely any health though, just trying to live and survive.
Wonder if Sarcopels looks like they've taken the cross.
Taken out by Toby.
That was a nice shot by Toby. I wish I would have seen Sarcopels going back and getting healed. But as that happens, the B site is open. Spike is going down. Thane got to pick off on the rotation coming from mid. Now going to back up their teammates there on the B site. We got a 4v3 retake, and it's gonna be a little interesting to see how they come into this because they have the Sky Dog and or sorry, not the Sky Dog. They have the Reyna Flash, and really that's about it for the utility. A few seconds up, or a few seconds out on
barely
the.
on any health.
They do find 2 of the kill zone. It's now a 3v2.
Last player standing.
Thane though does get the double spray, and Angelic Tim cleans up on Woodrow. That was big by Thane picking up those 2 and getting it back into their favor, but
Now they're just
They
one
must have-
round away from being tied. Seeing how this can go. Trios going up onto a force buy. Or just getting better guns than they had already when the Goblin game is just struggling to get the guns that they can.
and they just kind of seem to have not necessarily, maybe just caught in rotations. It seems on that B side, just wanting to kind of caught in between wanting to be back site and or being in garage. They're picked out in the open. It seems a pretty heavy, strong A presence here. Coming.
Just Thane on B site. Maybe another lurk up, try to get the team to come join them later.
I think the way that was, yesterday I was working for Treehouse was Thane just kind of being off on his own and calling in rotates when he needs to.
Really
But it
carries
seems
them.
almost an overcommitment here from Treehouse going onto this A site. Spike goes down on site.
Probably gets one, but can't get the second one on Bill 9.
Is a 3v3. I'm sure Thane's calling
Thane-
for them just to sit still and let him come in and come in the back lines, but it's not going to happen
completely
as
through B site.
it's not going to happen as Nest takes one down. Now it is a 2v3 with Sky on low health.
Last player
Thane
standing.
though deciding to go heaven,
Gets
finds
the
a
kill
pick
off
onto
of
red, but isn't going to
doesn't know where the
suspect.
rest are.
I said he knows one was screens earlier because they heard him shooting, but does not have any clue where the remaining player might be or that
30
the screens
seconds
player
left.
moved away.
Would
Gotta
love to
play it
see maybe
fairly
an
quick
ult
here.
from him.
And Woodrow does get that pick onto Thane. You could see what they were attempting to do and play out that over rotation, but I think Treehouse just got too committed to it. They got too
excited
deep
to
onto
begin the
site,
fight.
and then they were not able to get back out. Seemed just a little, maybe just a little disjointed in the communications.
Seems like another round similar to that with Thane pushing up into A by himself as well. With maybe Tim going to join.
I think this time they're going to try the same thing, except reverse, but have the spike go with Thane. Thane has been, fragging pretty good for him. He's not at the top right now, but has been strong.
And has been
And
catching,
already, there's already been a rotation over to B site, simply just off of, I think it was just the Skydog that brought it out.
Cowboy being the only one still on site. Just try not to be over-rotated again. But it seems like they're inching out of sight more and more. Just not really watching it.
They could kind of catch a timing here on Cowboy. They is going to spot out. I think was able to spot Spike. But the way they were reacting, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. It looked like they would have been in line of sight, but just far enough away.
Yeah, and the rest of the Goblin game is still just trying to push them. And I don't know why. When they should just be pulling back and...
I think they're going just for that. They're going for that information. I guess Cowboy did not spot it.
Red gets the pick on Circle Bells.
Trios has now all the control of Heaven, but are not able to get out of it.
30 seconds left.
Just getting pinched
One
on.
enemy remaining.
Red getting another pick. Now it just comes down to Tim versus 3. It's kind of weird to know that Tim was one of the first ones on that site, and now they're the last ones standing without Spike planted.
They might be
Looks
just
like they're just gonna
going
go sit and
left.
spawn
on
and
the
save
plate.
this gun for next round.
Maybe they get some exit frags. If they decide to be too aggressive and push up more. Another round goes to Goblin game.
think it almost feels like they're playing. Trieste is playing a little too slow, almost overthinking, overcomplicating what they're doing. Because they could have gotten in and had spiked down and had their they had their teammates rotated into heaven, but they just once they got into heaven they just hit the brakes and weren't able to go anywhere else.
Seems like for now they're doing a full like team push on the B side and mid, maybe going for that heaven take. But we've got 2 people in mid waiting for Thane. When only 1 is on B side though. We'll have to see if Woodrow can hold this ball by himself or they'll have another over rotate maybe.
Cutting their vision.
They already have one rotating back over, and Cowboy seems to want to be shifting, but it's definitely if they take this side, there's going to be 3 people here ready to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that take is coming out.
I've got your trail.
We're trying to hold people off.
Sarkbells did ult into the back of the site. Would have rather liked to see that come into CT, but they don't know that Woodrow's on site. Woodrow's just kind of gone by unnoticed. Finally going down to Tim.
They get the kill on
Thane.
Cowboy and Woodrow as well.
Thane's sitting in mid, getting the pick onto Toby, and getting off the ult, able to see where the remaining players are. And all they need to do is just sit back and lock them in.
Like Ness is pretty trapped on bottom site, just gonna get peeked by
Last player
anyone.
I say Nest dropped there and kind of put themselves in a bad spot. It is unfortunate to see that coming through, but that was a strong round there and well played out by Treehouse.
Definitely. I feel they need to just play more as a team right now and make sure they're not trying to catch on the rotates and like.
I would like to see something a little more explosive come out of them, but at the same time also they're playing the rotates,
Okay, let's get set
but they're not playing them to their best ability.
Yeah.
Because the Goblin Gang are over rotating quite a bit, but they are not getting lurking in at the right timing. It's just unfortunate that they're just maybe a tad slow. If they just picked up the pace just a little bit, I definitely see this being them being in the lead. But now it looks like it's going to be potentially a B split coming in here. But we do have Toby pushing down A, so that allows Cowboy to rotate over.
Cage trigger.
Thane does have a tripwire in sewer though, so he'll know if they try to come in.
Careful now.
Looks like Toby didn't see it and gets caught by it. Now they gotta run back, but that gives the go signal. And they're starting to actually execute
Spike
onto this
down,
B
B.
site. Toby though, quick on the run up behind them.
Garage, but they're gonna know where he is.
Woodrow hiding behind site. Are they gonna clear him or are they gonna run past him?
One
Woodrow
enemy
gets
remaining.
1 kill, gets a second on Bill
Down
9.
B.
Now it's just
30
down to
seconds
Sarkapels
left.
in heaven against 2
Sarkapels
full
versus
HP
one.
players.
They don't have the spike, it's stuck on site right now. So they need to take them both out.
That was well played by Woodrow. Stepping out
Definitely was.
just enough to get that second player that was going for the trade and throwing them off and catching them off guard. As long as some well
By them too.
along with
10
some well played
seconds left.
shots.
Looks like
Definitely seems
Sarkapels
like
is trying to
Sarkapels
save
is
their
just
gun.
going to be saving here. So yeah, I guess what do you see that's going wrong with these takes?
Really, I think they're just not taking it fast enough. They're playing a bit too slow and not making sure they take space, and they're forcing people off of the site, and they're just trying their best to. They're trying to play as slow as possible and like see how to take it properly, but sometimes you just need to run in and hold W.
Yeah, I was gonna say to me it seems that they're almost hesitating, not fully committing to wanting to check something or fully committing to wanting to actually take the site.
They left Spike and Spawn still, with 2 on A and 3 on B. So it might be one of them, like, they run back to get the Spike before they enter in, and they're just trying to play for picks, see where people are. Yeah, like we got Tim going back for the spike and maybe going over towards B because they know it's the site that Goblin Gang can't really hold as well. It's really just playing off of that retake from Goblin Gang.
I'll say again, Thane just sitting out in mid here, but this time trying to draw some attention, breaking that wall.
Mm-hmm.
But again, Goblin Gang stacking over to the right site. By the time Red getting the first pick on Sarcopels is gonna probably push around and maybe get another. It is just an eco round here though for essentially for Treehouse, so we'll give them that. But they are just stalling out now, and
30
pretty
seconds
much
left.
everyone has rotated over.
Like we said,
You know,
they're
push up to
right
heaven.
in
Red gets
the
2, gets 3. Are we gonna see an ace here from Red? They go for it, but Angelic Tim shuts that down.
Yeah, very close. Almost a repeat of yesterday too. But Tim is very low health. Gets the heal.
10 seconds left.
And another swing from Goblin Gang gets killed by by Tim. Sorry.
Flash out!
And it brings us to 8-12, and we're at match point. Goblin Gang
Match
is
point.
favored right now, but to see what goes on.
I say this is definitely a strong showing from Goblin Gang coming out here. This is
Mm-hmm.
it's. I don't know if they went and just took care of what the issues were yesterday, or if people are just more, more into
Ready.
it, not as nervous, just ready to take on what comes at them.
Mm-hmm. We've got 4 ults on the side of Goblin Gang currently, so I'm expecting to see a lot of those right now. Maybe Cowboy trying to keep them off if they try to come A again, but it's looking like a full mid execute from Trio.
It's pretty fast and explosive through mid.
Like we've been wanting.
Team Flash coming in though, some body block happened, but Sarcopels does get the first pick on to next. Wonder if they're gonna be able to find Woodrow.
They know
Spot him out.
Cage him out, and put the ball as well. The Doggin too, just abusing Woodrow completely with all this util.
They are dropping everything right in front of Woodrow,
Got him.
which
Red
allows
gets
Red
flanked on
to
them against Sarcopels.
say,
Can't get
a
the
lot
kill
of
on
that-
BR though.
the focus on to Woodrow there just allows these other players to come in behind and pick him off.
Mm.
We have now
Yeah,
got
we
into
get
a
fucking
Last player
4v2.
standing.
But gets taken by Thane right away. As I said, Cowboy trying to get the ult in, but Cowboy gets shot in the back by Bill Nye. Trio's gonna live for another day.
That was a good round coming in, deciding to finally change it up and be more explosive. It's unfortunate that they had to do that though on game point. But it's hopefully they're able to keep that going.
Maybe bring to overtime.
It'd be very nice to see overtime come out of this, but they've got a few more rounds to claw back yet. And really, that was the only first convincing round that we've seen out of them. So hopefully we can see another one pop out.
Yeah. Another round just like it, just trying to play together and peek all the angles at the same time. They get the wall down.
They were successfully able to get the rotates over. B site is open minus Red being at heaven. It looks like it's gonna be a mid push into A.
They know where Red is. They get the kill on Ness. Red gets one on BR though. Blind spray through him for both. Nobody gets
Yep.
anyone there.
Goblin Gang
looks
has
like they're
rotated
going to
off of
A.
A. They're able to now get into position into heaven here to cut these rotations off and have plant down on site.
Bill Nye gets the heal on Sarcopels. Even at a clean 98.
One enemy
Knight
remaining.
gets one onto Woodrow, gets one onto Cowboy as well. Now it's all down to Red in a
They know where he
4v1.
is. They know where she is.
And just the abuse of the util from Sky coming in.
They just cannot get a break. They can't find the Cypher Cam.
So there's no way really for Red to get into this. So they're just gonna back out by the seams. Maybe try and
Probably
catch one of them,
stay
maybe
left
trying to come off site.
Their econ's
That
looking
was-
a bit rough. Left with only 150 credits.
I'm curious what the call was from Goblin Gang. They were
Rotate back
you know,
over.
Treehouse was spotted in mid, yet 2 of Goblin Gang decided to run into their spawn and like rotate to B, and they were just sitting there. It really good call from Treehouse though. That I liked the way they had that aggression and played that rotate and came back into mid, and then pushed into the vents after getting that pick. It was just unfortunate that no one was there ready to contest it.
Yeah.
It almost seems just miscalmed from Goblin Gang, but I guess we'll find out later.
Hopefully we could see more rounds like this from Treehouse. And get those like explosive entries where it all happens in like a few seconds even. But it looks like we've got 3 on B and 2 on A. Liam and
Yeah, right.
Sarkopels on A and the rest on B.
Aggression coming in from Woodrow, clearing out garage.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
And
up
then
into a
nobody
very
pushed in.
strong.
Probably gonna
Maybe
come out
over
there.
pushing though. Gets
Gets the
one.
kill on BR.
Is able to dismiss and get out.
Get some damage though.
You
Looks
will
like
not
Treehouse-
kill my allies.
Gets the
does.
res right
Treehouse
away.
gets the resin. So we're now back to an even game and gets the ult orb. But now where do they go from here? Looks like they're coming back into a mid push. But Red is pushed up to sewers. They're gonna they dip to sewers. Red's pushing up. Red has the knives.
Gets
huge.
Gets the 2K.
Gets
dashes
2.
away. Gets another, but gets traded by Tim.
Circles gets a pick on the nest as well, turning it into a 3v3.
Goblin Gang doesn't really know where to go. Toby's just running back and forth.
Woodrow's
trying to
pushed
find
up
a
mid.
stand.
Doesn't seem like Treehouse knows where they want to go either.
But Tim still has a spike and could rotate into.
Tim gets a pick on the Woodrow. That's going to be strong as long as they can make it to the site in time. They've got a W key all the way there, and Sarkopels needs to be ready to cover.
Mhm.
The plant
Ten
is going to be
seconds.
coming in. Cutting it pretty close, but is a safe plant
Spike planted.
positioning. Are they going to be ready for it? Looks like
One
Ross is
enemy
coming
remaining.
through. Gets a kill.
No,
That's
it's a
all
1v2
down to
for
Sarkopels.
Sarkopels. Cowboys on pretty low health, and Toby's got a healthy amount pushing into garage. They're trying to push him from both angles.
Sarkopels knows where Cowboy was and seems to have a read on where Toby was. And Toby now spamming, making that presence known, but allowing Cowboy to sneak up.
Last player standing.
Sarkopels gets the first
on
kill.
Toby.
Does not get
And
the kill on the
Cowboy
Cowboy.
gets the kill on the Sarkopels, ending out the game at
That was
10 to
su-
13.
That was such good game sense though from Sarkopels,
Defenders
realizing
win.
that teammate, you know, Cowboy's teammate was coming on that flank, gets that kill, you know, ready for that push while he sticks, but not able to get the diffuser as well. Well, that was a good game. Definitely not how I figured either team expected it to go. Some good calls coming out of Thane, but just overall it seemed to just be better and more consistent firepower coming out on the side of Goblin Gang.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, with that, I believe we are rolling into a 10-minute break here in between maps, so people can get up, stretch, rehydrate. Again, we're at $700 out of the $800 goal for the Trevor project. Exclamation Tiltify or donate. Both commands work to get you on that link to donate over for that fund.
We will see you on Bind.
right.
welcome back to the games. We're going into bind soon, and I'm excited to see if trios can take this back and maybe bring it to a third map. Like we haven't seen this tournament yet.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be exciting to see him play on bind here because he played on it yesterday and played pretty well. So hopefully it'd be fun to see if they watch the VODs and watch each other play and have tried to put some tricks into their sleeve.
All right, we're loading in. It's time to look at character picks.